Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros. ¡Sí!
Boss, I have a seizure.
Konnichiwa, what's up everyone? Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing on this Saturday? Can't wait to show you guys what I've done to today's setup. Well, not say today's setup per se. I've done a little bit of reconfiguration or redesign of the stream a little. Okay, I have a little bit of a question to ask you guys as well, because I want to get this done right. What's up everyone? Hope you all are doing good. I hope you all had your dinner. Sorry I had to start a little bit late again today because I was out with the wifey. Yeah, just helping her out with dinner tastings and stuff as usual. I'm like still kind of like putting on my my gloves, as you can tell. So I literally just rushed back from dinner. I think just now for a while. It was a really long dinner tasting, and I think some of you may have seen my message on Discord that I'll be late, but as promised, I'm starting at 9. Well, not exactly at 9. I'm slightly late at 9:15. How was the alcohol? Okay, so I'll give you guys a bit of perspective, but first and foremost, I hope you all are doing well. I hope you all had your dinner, because my dinner was actually full of alcohol, but not exactly alcohol per se, but alcohol. There you go. All right, Dexifer knows what's up. Yes, I have a little bit of a border selection here that you guys can play around with. Well, very girly, eh? You all make pink like that. There's no flavor at all. You make it pink. But yes, alcohol was involved, which is the reason why I'm just a little bit tipsy today. But I hope you all had a better dinner than mine. Okay, just to give you guys a little bit of perspective, I went to this place called High Bar Society. It's a place that recently just opened up like 2 weeks ago. Whoa, excuse me. It just opened up 2 weeks ago. And my wife was asked actually to go down to review the restaurant. Sorry, let me move my Barbie one side. So I just tagged along just now, not knowing that that place actually serves alcoholic gelato. All right, it serves alcoholic gelato, and it's not saying that there was a lot of alcohol content inside the gelato, but it was strong enough that you could taste the absinthe, the Grey Goose. What else did they put in it? There was a little bit of vodka involved as well. So I come bearing a bit of tipsiness, if you will, to this stream. But I hope everyone's doing well. A lot of stuff happened over the past few days. Not just with regards to myself, but also in Singapore as well. As you guys know, Haze is back. I hope you guys are staying nice and safe and okay here. Yes, apparently there's haze. I don't know if you guys can feel it. I honestly didn't know there was haze until I read the news and say, "Oh, the haze is back," and I was like, doesn't look whole lot hazy, but my throat has been acting up a bit. Similarly, I heard the COVID cases are again on the rise. According to our, give me a sec, guys. According to our dear minister, health minister, Ong Yi Kang. So I hope you guys are staying safe. All right. Also, happy belated Children's Day. I don't know if any of you here actually celebrate Children's Day. So if you did celebrate Children's Day, well, congrats on being another year another year older. Can't say wiser. Congrats on another year older, and then one step closer to leaving, or one step closer to not being able to celebrate Children's Day. David, how are you, man? It's good to see you. I should greet all of you one by one. Rezi, how are you? Honey, how are you? Tidal, it's good to see you here as well. I've not been playing. I know you're throwing in a lot of Armored Core soundtrack. I have unfortunately not been able to keep up with Armored Core too much as of late. I've been trying to rush through my Spider-Man actually, because Spider-Man, as you know, comes out in, well, less than a week's time, right? It's coming out in like, I think next week, if I'm not mistaken, or the week after. Where's your present? What do you mean, where's your present? Wait, your Children's Day present? How old are you, honey? Maybe I should ask you that question first. Also, yeah, I hope everyone's doing great today. As I was saying, a lot of stuff happened in Singapore as of late. What was I supposed to mention as well here on stream before I came? Oh yeah, right. I would like to apologize as well for yesterday, because I went for the Distant Worlds concert at the very last minute, right? I told you guys I had a really important last minute appointment, and of course that meant going to Distant Worlds at the very last minute yesterday. Okay, I don't know if you guys are to be fair, I didn't even know Distant Worlds was happening like yesterday. No, I just knew that, there was a Distant Worlds concert that's happening. I'm just putting out the AC soundtrack because it was banging No Hidden Meanings. Yeah, I did not play Verdict Day, so I can't really.
Wanna know something fun?
What do you want now, Trump? Yes, sure. Whatever.
Have you tried Hazeldays before? YouTube,
Rezi, congratulations! You broke. You broke Trump. I was just waiting to see, like, whether or not the TTS actually broke with the amount of exchanges you made.
Hazeldays nuts.
Okay, I think there is a limit to the amount of exchanges that the TTS has. Yeah. I built a HG RX 78 to revive as your birthday present. Now I want an HG Origin Grandpa. Wait, HG Origin Grandpa? As in like the original RX 78? Okay, RX 78 2, I'm assuming is the OG of OGs. Not the 78 1 that was piloted by the young Char. Origin Grandpa? Oh, Origin! Okay, from Gundam the Origin, right? The one that talks about Char's, like, talks about Char's origin, or literally his origin, right? Even though they say it's Mobile Suit Origin. Okay, I have not actually completed watching. I only watched, I think, 1 and 2. We did a little bit of a watch party previously, which again, only me and another person only showed up. So again, if you guys are interested in watch parties on the Discord, do let me know. I know a lot of you here are very busy, that's why no time for watch parties. So I've not done any since then. But yeah, Origin Grandpa, you should then go and get it. Go and get the HG Grandpa. Go and get any kit that you can, because I am telling you, Bandai is pushing out kits like nobody's business. Not talking about Char committing identity theft, and more importantly, war crimes. Yes, how he murdered and concealed the actual Char's body, and then went on to pose as him for the rest of his life. Right. That's how you set yourself up as a villain origin story. You know what I'm saying? Need to save up for build restock. Build as in like build divers restock? I'm sorry, but for me, I I am unfortunately not. I mean, good for you. I mean, I know there are a lot of people out there that love the build diver kits, but I'm not really into it. Because I buy kits based on whether or not I love, obviously, the Gundam designs or not, and how much I'm into that series. And unfortunately, build divers, I can't get into it because to me it's still a shonen anime. I cannot get past it. I know Build Metaverse started yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I actually watched the live stream of Build Metaverse. Yeah, I couldn't I couldn't get with it lah. Yeah. all the past 4 build series, they're gonna flood like a tsunami. Well, it's not just the build series. Guess what? I mean, Bandai just released more news. I don't know if you guys saw this. I actually posted it on the Discord. They're gonna release the Seed Freedom model kits very soon as well. Let me try and find the link to that. So they're not only just releasing the Seed like model kits, right? Seed Freedom model kits. They're also releasing the metal build ones as well. See, why you all don't like Seed that much? Seed is fine, alright? We don't talk about Seed Destiny. That's the only series from Seed. Now, guys, you have to admit, Seed is pretty okay. Actually, the storytelling is pretty good, right? Seed is UC but worse. No, Seed is UC mixed with Gundam W, actually. Yeah. Seed is UC. If you look at it, and I was having this discussion on Discord with Alpha. Again, guys, yes, I'm on Discord. You can hop in and we chat about Gunpla and tons of stuff with regards to it, you know. Yeah, actually Seed has a mix of UC, and it obviously is a retelling of the entire UC series, right? Except with Gundams that look very much from like Wing Gundam, and of course a redesign of the OG Gundam from the original series, right? But I know some people weren't very happy with the writing of Seed Destiny. To be honest, Seed was pretty good actually, if you ask me. Yes, they did reuse a lot of the fight sequences, but that was the only issue I had with Seed. Yeah. Okay, I want to know, why do you guys think Seed is a terrible series? I mean, of course, everybody knows Seed Destiny sucks ass, right? Destiny retroactively ruined Seed. Well, you can choose to ignore the events of Destiny, which I think is what the movie is trying to do. Yeah, trying to make up for the shit show that was Destiny. And also, hello Souls! How are you doing, man? Happy Saturday to you. It's good to see you here. I think that's... And yeah, we're talking about Gundam Seed, right? You guys can tell a lot of people are very upset with Seed. Okay, tell me, guys. Okay, besides Destiny retroactively ruining Seed, right? What else do you think sucks with the Seed series? The mecha designs, in my opinion, are one of the better ones. Although, yes, I would say they are a bit of a rehash of the suits from Wing Gundam. But other than that, I don't see anything much of an issue with that. As a matter of fact, okay, it could just be me. It could just be my, you know, nostalgia, you know, coming back because, you know, I watched the Seed series from secondary school all the way to Polytechnic. I'm sure, Tidal, you were with me during that time. So, Seed, yes. Seed Destiny, yeah. Shit show, whatever, right? We all know the story behind it, right? There was a lot of office politics, backstage politics and stuff that caused it to fall apart. But it doesn't, you know, it doesn't remove the fact. I'm trying to find a word for it. It does not remove the fact that it had some really great mecha designs. Yes. If I were to get a model, would Toys R Us be a good place to get it? Also, if budget is $100, what would be a beginner friendly? You don't need $100 to get a beginner friendly model kit. That's what I would say, Souls. You can get something as low as less than $50, as cheap as $50. I can't really say there are any particular model kits that are... Well, there are some that are beginner friendly. Mass production model kits obviously are generally quite beginner friendly. You want to talk about beginner friendly, you can get models that are entry grade or first grade. So they are either FG or entry grade models. But posability wise, they kind of suck. I would always tell people, if you really want to start your Gunpla journey, just get a HG kit. So the Phoenix kit that I built before this one was an HG. Yes. So you can start with any HG kit, alright? You can ask me, you can ask me off stream. I will try and find kits that generally are easier to build Because right off the top of my head, I can't tell you one. You have to proactively go and look for it. Yeah. I never liked Seed MS design to begin with. You can technically say all the Gundam in there don't have enough requirement to be called a Gundam. The only MS that earns the Gundam name is Omega Load Ashtray. Okay, well, they did put it in perspective that Gundam actually stands for General Unsub Nuclear something. Right? That's why they call it Gundam in the series lah. Let's put it this way. One of the good things that came out of the universe is Ashtray series and Stargazer. Stargazer was very good. Yes, I agree. Ashtray was a great series, but the problem with that is they didn't really have a proper anime series for it. It was mostly in manga form. Notice the life of Jesus Yamato. Okay, so this is what I think they're gonna do with Seed Freedom when it comes out. Right? They are trying to rewrite and, of course, trying to do justice. Alright, to get it, pun intended. Pun not intended, rather. Do justice to, Kira and Shin, alright? We all can agree that in Seed Destiny, the whole script flipped basically because of that. Alright? Hello, Potoru, hello! Can we give a shout out to Potoru, by the way? Didn't receive notification for you. No worries. If you're in my Discord, you would know. Maybe you are not, I did not set you as one of the members of the
enemy in front
of the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, guys, check out Potoru. If you're into war crimes,
I know.
We were talking about war crimes earlier, right?
I got him.
What the hell is
Okay,
that?
yeah. So Bandai killed the first grade lines. I don't know if there's any still available, but yeah, I think entry grades are pretty good one.
Dude was like right there.
Yeah, I guess you can look up those that David has put up. E.g. RX-78. Okay,
That's like something
like I said, I can only recommend those that
Why don't you do it?
I can only recommend those cinematic. Oh man, okay, wow, congratulations, you got a double shout out. I can only recommend those that I know about. So, I wouldn't recommend starting with RG though. Because RG, as posable as they are, I think there are way too many parts.
I'm not gonna lie, that actually sounded kinda catchy.
Yeah, no worries, Potoru. Do I have to paint it myself or paste stickers? Thanks for the double shout out. Okay, sorry, I missed that question. What was it? Oh, Swat, thank you so much for the resub. Hello, welcome in. Wait, I didn't know Souls actually pasted when there was a question. Do I have to paint it myself or paste stickers? Okay, so here's the thing. I say for a start, right? For a start, just go online, look at tutorials, and try and understand how to extract stickers and stuff, right? How to paste stickers. Zacto knife, I would say that it's a must-have, actually. I feel it's a must-have lah. Okay, for those who want to build Gunpla. If you're not going to get into Gunpla so quickly, right? I don't think you really need a Zacto knife per se, right? Also, you need to be really careful with a Zacto knife because that shit is really sharp. Yes. So toothpicks work, but like I said, alright, generally when you do your first Gunpla, I think you can, if you want, you can avoid the stickers and you don't have to paint it as well. As a matter of fact, when you start off, right, I feel you don't even have to panel line because if you want to go in depth, right, there is a lot of things that you can talk about when you want to add detail to your model kits. I would suggest just building it straight out of the box first, right? And then moving on, if you want to further your, your knowledge of Gunpla building, if you want to add more detail to it, you can go and look into things like panel lining, top coat, spray, airbrush, all that good stuff, But you can tell on this stream generally I don't panel line. Number one, I don't panel line. At the most, I just put stickers. We did some panel lining for the Liger in the previous stream, in the previous build, but generally you don't see me panel line. Yeah, and I agree. Yes, RG is not very beginner friendly. Hello Zix, yo, welcome in. Hello. Swat. You watching Mission Impossible? Wait, you're watching Mission Impossible? Wait, at home or in the cinema? Is there a new Mission Impossible? I don't even know. When you gonna dive into the hell that is P Bandai? Yeah, not anytime soon, man. Not anytime soon. I need a little bit of this. And with the model kits that Seed Freedom is coming out with, I might be a little bit dry on the funds. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, the latest one. No worries, man. Swat, whenever you're ready, you can pop back in. I'll be here all night. Yo, Zix, hey, welcome in, man. How are you? It's good to see you here. He owns a Gundam-based HG Astrid. Yes, I mean I do own that. That was enough to set me a few dollars back already, but it's fine. It's fine. You know what? I think it's okay. It's not so much of a money issue that I have for building P Bandai kits. It's the time. It's really the time. You know what I'm saying? I really was interested in getting the latest Epion Gundam, the one with the Sturmdruck attachments. But I already have an Epion sitting at the back down there, so I don't know. You know, I may not want to get one so soon. But yes, I have the Ashtray one. Before building HG, let's talk about necessary tools. Okay, so one thing you definitely need. Okay, let's dive into the building of the Gunpla already, right? Since we are talking about this. Also, guys, if you guys didn't know, yes, I have a little bit of a very nice border on my stream here today, which I'm still trying to fix up. You can see that there's a bunch of redeems. There's some new redeems with regards to the border where you can very easily change the border colors and stuff. As Dexifer was testing out early on just now. So this is a little bit of something that I learned from Nadi again. He just released this plugin which allows you to change the border of your webcam, so to speak. But as you can tell, I usually use a so-called like a fake green screen for my streams, especially when I'm gaming. So I decided to put this border around the screen to let you guys have a little bit of fun. If you're interested to, if you're interested to have some interactivity on stream, if you guys think, the AITTS and Ocarina stuff is not enough, so I have this for you guys. Just chilling, very cool. Yeah, Zix is a mod here. Okay. Just a little bit of lore for you guys without getting into too much detail. Zix was one of the first streamers that I checked out when I first joined Twitch. Yes, so that's a little bit of history going back there. So I learned a bunch of stuff when I was on his stream. So I'm very grateful for him. And then I asked him, hey, you interested to join me as a mod? So you can help moderate the stream and stuff. It was like yes, so yeah. Whenever I say you don't have to feel obliged to come in, right? Whenever you're free, you just hop on in. So yeah, there we go, right? Yeah, and there you go. You can change the colors and shit now. Yeah, I never do anything. You have done more than enough, Zix. You have done more than enough. Oh, and then I should probably mention as well. Yeah, this was the model kits that I was talking about, right? That I was saying. I know some of you are saying like, oh yeah, I'm not really sure where this hate for Seed suddenly is coming from. Okay, but Tidal, I think one thing we can agree is that, Awakening of the Trailblazer kind double O for us, right? Could you? I mean, I guess you could say that, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, but you shouldn't allow all these things to turn you off too much. I would say, right? I know a lot of you like have your favorite Gundam series and stuff, but guys, also thanks for the Hail Hydrate. Hey, okay, let me tell you guys how much I was so excited. All right, for Awakening of the Trailblazer. Remember, right, Tidal? Okay, by the way, me and Tidal actually went to watch the movie together, right? We were so hyped for the movie, and then it bombed. It bombed so bad. It was collective, like, you could tell at the end of the movie, you could tell everybody was very much let down. I was so hyped for the movie that I actually went to buy the holographic poster. Do you remember that one, Tidal? The holographic poster for the movie? It was so damn cool, right? Anyway, the poster turned yellow. I threw it away already. There was a holographic poster for the. Yes, right. And that was how hyped I was for the movie. And then when we went to watch the movie, and then the ending was like, ugh, you know, freaking teleportation, aliens giving up, aliens showing throwing up peace signs with flowers, and oh my god, it's just. Anyway, yeah, we shall not go into that too much. For those of you who have watched the Awakening of the Trailblazer movie, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be retcon. All you can do is just forget that the movie ever existed. Yes, cool Gundam, bad movie concept. Same thing for Seed Destiny. I'm not saying that Seed is a great series. I'm just saying that the mecha designs are fantastic. Right? Hello, Lowell Isaac as well. Right? And there's a bunch of people I should probably shout out as well. I love Double O more too. The movie is bad and the series is better. Yes, the series 100% is better. All right. I feel that when they first did Double O, right, I thought to myself, yeah, this is a return to form, right, for the Gundam series, right? Because in between they had Age, right? You guys remember that one, Gundam Age? There was Recon in G. My god. So when Double O came out, I was like, heck yeah, this is what we're talking about. This is like Gundam without politics is like what how could you really call it Gundam? Which is what I think really lacked when it came to Age, Gundam Age, and Gundam Recon in G. Now again, Recon in G, there are kids out there, believe me, right? Recon in G was great, you know. As in the suit designs were great, but why are there not a lot of people picking up the model kits outside? It's because, you know, it was a very popular series overall. Yes, Seed is coming. Freedom shall return. But Isaac, I have to tell you something. There's a lot of hate going on for Seed here right now. Okay, I remember in Gundam Metaverse there was a custom Seravi 2 kit. Maybe we can have HG Seravi 2 displayed next to HG Raphael. Okay, I mean if you're really into the Gundam build one, right? I mean then by all means, yes, I'm sure you can most certainly be hyped. Again, down here for me, I've only watched Build Divers the first season. I didn't even make it through all the way to the end. And I remember I watched it mainly because there was a rehash of the Strike. Yeah, the Strike model. So yeah, I love Strike Gundam. Yeah, I mean I literally have the Strike Gundam sitting there, guys. Like, there's a strike here. There we go, guys. All right, you can tell, right? I can't point properly because my camera is flipped. There we go. All right. Strike will still hold a place in your heart. Yeah, it's such a simple and iconic design. I mean, it's a rehash of the original Gundam, but it's still so good, right? Beauty in simplicity, as they say. I stopped watching movies a long time ago. Wait, what do you mean what movies are you talking about, right? Depends on what movies you're talking about. Like, you completely stopped watching it altogether. If only the Double O aliens were Coral waifus. And you've been playing too much AC, my friend. Speaking of build fighters, there's a Tequila Gundam Daniel custom. Tequila Gundam? Wait, Daniel? What do you mean Daniel custom? Like Jack Daniels kind of custom? Because you say Tequila Daniels, I'm thinking like Jack Daniels and stuff. I see a Nerf Freedom PV. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, Alpha, I was talking about this with you on Discord, right? Hello, Melancholic. Can we give a shout out to Melancholic? He builds Gunplas as well here on stream. Here on Twitch, by the way. A fellow Strike Gundam enthusiast, of course. Okay, you came in at the right time, Melancholic, because right, we were just talking about Seed Freedom and how, you know, it's going to be released very, very soon. I am so hyped for it. But then Chat suddenly came out and was like, I don't care about Seed. Seed is the worst series and blah 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 and all that. What do you mean safe? Your videos are always safe. This is just probably one of the less sussy videos that you have. When are we? Oh yeah, let's watch the video. Okay. I just want to show you guys like the model kits that actually came out recently, and that Gundam just announced. Right, Gundam just that Bandai just announced. I'm mixing up my names. That Bandai just announced, right, for the Seed Freedom. And according to you, Alpha, you mentioned that these are nerfed Gunplas, right? I am biased, it's fine. C was the second most involved behind UC. What do you mean by involved? Like involved in terms of like the number of kits that Bandai created, or what? It's too popular to be hated. Exactly, so I don't know where this hate for Seed in chat is coming from, guys, to be honest. But anyway, I want to show you guys why I'm so hyped for Seed Freedom, and this is part of the cause for Bandai, because even before the show come out, right, they already released the model kits, and they already previewed to you how the whole thing is going to work, right? How the whole, how all the model kits are basically going to function. Yeah, actually, well, you see, that's the thing. I think people prefer more of the side stories than the actual series itself, right? So the Ashtray Eclipse, by the way, they are releasing another model kit on P Bandai. So I don't know how many of you are gonna shell out money for that. It's mostly from the West, that's why. No, we have people in chat that hate Seed. Alright, now, like I said, I have nothing. I mean, I completely am with you if you want to talk about, Seed Destiny being trash, right? But you can't deny that the mecha designs are great, The Strike Freedom just looked bulky, the new one sleek and mobile. Okay, Strike Freedom was fantastic, right? Because of the gold trimmings that it had, Was it unnecessary? Maybe. But it makes for a really, really good model kit. By the way, it's one of the model kits that I would love to get. I think the MGEX Strike Freedom is one, and it's so popular. By the way, they made a PG for it, right, guys? Isn't it? Right? They gave this shit a mobile armor former. It serves to be purple. What are you on? The gold trimming makes it gaudy and horrible. No, it does not. Right? It does not. It absolutely does not. Okay? It makes it look actually a little bit more grand, if you ask me. You know what actually makes it what is gaudy or not? Guys, go and Google, right? Kamen Rider Zeo, his ultimate form, I think. I forgot what is it called. Zeo's final form. That is gaudy. Alright? You want to talk about gaudy? Yeah, just drop a bunch of gold angkong all over the suit. That's why I call gaudy. Strike Freedom is far from it, alright, in my opinion, alright? Yeah, they call me a designer, right? Trust me, I'm a designer. But then Fortress level Gundam, okay, well, the what was it called? The Destroy was it Destroy Gundam? Yeah, the huge one that they got the female to pilot. In Seed Destiny. Yeah, that one was a bit of a let's not talk about that one. Yeah, Grand Zeo. Yeah, just look at Grand Zeo. You want to talk about gaudy, right? Yeah, freaking Grand Zeo is like Grand Zeo. Oma Zeo was perfect. It was great. They should have stuck with that design. Man, screw Grand Zeo. It's one of the reasons why I stopped watching Zeo halfway. Yeah. I know I know it just serves no purpose. But okay, the mobile armor attachments are honestly speaking, right? It's really just for the purpose. It does serve a purpose, David. It does serve a purpose. It's to sell more toys. Alright? Everything, there's a purpose for everything. Anyway, we're gonna watch this. This is what got me so hyped on Thursday morning. And I was literally like blasting this out on my Discord. Destroy Gundam is a combo of Big Zam and Psycho Gundam. Right? Okay, it's a lot of rehashing of the designs. Let's commit war crimes beyond human comprehension while having a debate about Gundam. Yes. No, that's pretty much in every single Gundam show, right? But this is what got me this is what got me really excited on Thursday morning when I first saw this.
ライジングフリーダムガンダム HG イモータルジャスティスガンダム発売。ラインアップ続々。
And then, not only that, right off the bat, they released like, oh, you got RG as well. You got SD versions, and then you got 3 more HGUC kits. Oh no, sorry, not HGUC, HGCE kits that are coming out at the same time. Yeah, and you can, and if this is not evidence that Bandai is out for our monies, I don't know what is, right? I was actually planning to do a TikTok video on this. This is insane, guys. Look at the freaking... The show is not even out yet and they're trying to rob us of our money. Rising Freedom Mobile Armor form is just a dollar store with a 50% coupon. So I think you guys have pretty much caught on. By the way, hello Randall Ren. It's good to see you. Thanks for the redeem. At least they kept the full burst. I'm happy. You see, okay, so we have a split crowd today, guys. We have people that really hate like Seed, and we have people that are like, heck yeah, they're gonna do my boy Shin right. You know, they're gonna do my boy Kira some justice, pun intended. They're gonna do Arthur some justice, pun intended. And then Wish from Mercury stopped the war by convincing her mother to stop being back. Also, RG Impulse Pack 2 is a filler. Yes, I mean, well, RG Impulse is... I don't know if it's... Is it gonna be in the show? We don't know, right? We don't know yet. Yeah. RG Force Impulse is is a new not P Bandai. Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't make it P Bandai. It does not make sense. Right? What is bank account, right, Randall? How's your day, by the way? Take a hike. It is a filler? Right, okay, I don't know. Maybe for some reason they might bring it back in the show, right? Are we getting a figurized standard Choo Choo? Really? Choo Choo model kit? Well, they did not show in this one. Wait, let me go and search for it real quick. Okay, so I know this brand of model kits came out for quite some time already. But I didn't know what was the big deal with the HGCE stuff until they showcased this, so it makes sense. I think this was the first showcase in... I think this was first showcased in some of the HGUC kits, alright? So apparently this is like an upgraded version of HG, so with more posability, alright? And more flexibility. Yeah. Oh, you just got back from work, you got back to... Oh shit. Oh no. Well, I hope you're... Well, please get a good rest then, Rando, by the way. I see so many damn stickers on this. Welcome to Seed. Welcome to Seed Kids, man. That is the... as beautiful as their designs are, I mean, my god. The amount of stickers that you need to paste on these things. So, Souls, if you're still around, right? Yeah. This is why I can only recommend some HG kits to you. Or as David mentioned, you can go for the entry grade one. But if you want something that's posable, entry grade, yeah, it's not for you. Like something that's if you want something more posable, you definitely have to go for HG. If not RG, but other than RG, yeah, you're dealing with another level of complexity. So I would say if you want something just stand there and in static pose, yeah, entry grade is fine. You got sunburn everywhere, yeah. Hey dude, slap some aloe vera on that, man. I hope you get better soon. Wait, where were you at to get sunburn? Sentosa? High grade nowadays the stickers are limited unless you talk about OHG. So the HG that I've built before the ones that I did on stream, right? I think the last HG I built was a sorry, not Strike Freedom. It's a Freedom Gundam. It was a Freedom Gundam, right? Before I started my whole, you know, yeah. Actually, to be honest, the last HG kit that I actually built was a Freedom Gundam, which I got rid of already, by the way. Because what happened? I think I broke one. Yeah, I think I mentioned on stream. I broke one of the wings. I dropped it, and one of the wings kind of snapped. Yeah. So maybe I'll make up for it with this. I don't know. HG Revive kits don't have that much stickers. I mean, if you're talking about HG Revive, yes. I'm talking about like back in the day when I was building the original Seed kits from Gundam Seed, right? The first one, right? And yes, there was quite a number of stickers if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh, you working at you working at construction site. You duct tape it. Nah, okay. So back then, even though it broke, obviously I didn't know the power of Mr. Cement lah, right? Which is why I got rid of it in the end. But of course, obviously later on they came out with Master Grade, they came out with MGEX and stuff. So there will be a chance to build another Freedom Gundam sometime down the road, alright? Anyway, there are many variations. So this is the third variation of Freedom Gundam already, which is Rising Freedom. And Alpha, I think you mentioned this is a nerfed version of the Freedom Gundam from Strike. Because it does not have the the funnels, right, as they call it, the funnel system. I forgot they call it in Seed, but it was something else.
引き出す顎を引く大きく上を向くといった動作の可動域を拡大
Okay,
多軸可動と引き出し
the Dragoons, yes, the Dragoons, correct, that's the word.
フレキシブルな動きにも対応胴体の複数の可動軸により左右の
Yeah, so this Rising Freedom is devoid of the Dragoons, so to speak, right? Which is great, less parts to deal with,
理想のア
right?
クションポーズが再現可能充実の武装パーツ攻守を兼ね備え
Okay, this is what I thought was really cool. Now they have some kind of a crossbow thing with the shield to kind of make up for the weapons that to kind of make up for the nerf version of it. I think this adds a very nice well, this is not a crossbow. I think apparently you throw this. So it's kind of like the Death Scyther. I remember the Death Scyther has this thing that he can fire off from his left wrist as well. Again, rehashing the designs from Wing Gundam. That he can fire off to destroy like mobile suits, you know. So they kind of did something like that. I thought it was kind of like a crossbow, but apparently it's not. So apparently it fires out kind of like the Death Scyther weapon, and I think it's pretty cool. It adds another bit of a wrinkle in the offense of Freedom. They don't have Dragoons and no nuclear power. Yeah, okay. Obviously, they cannot because it's a time of peace, right? Also, if I remember correctly, they're actually releasing another show, right? That is pre-Freedom. Sorry, there's pre-Gundam. Yeah. There's pre-Seed Freedom. Right? There's gonna be like... So, if you guys read the news, right? Seed Freedom apparently is gonna take place 2 years after the end of Destiny. So they're actually going to do another series that is a prequel to Seed Freedom. So it's going to cover what happens in the 2 years in between. Which is where, just now you saw earlier on, the 3 mobile suits are coming from. Right? It's going to be the filler, right? In that 2 years that happened. They remove it due to some kind of treaty that forbids... Yeah, exactly, right? Also because it's a time of peace. Yeah, because the whole thing... Which kind of makes sense, actually, if you follow the storyline. The whole nonsense in Seed started because of nuclear weapons. They blew up a colony with nuclear weapons. They blew up, where was that place on Earth? Orb with... Did they blow up Orb with nuclear weapons? I think they did. No, they didn't blow up Orb with nuclear weapons. Orb literally self-destructed, right. Yeah, I remember correctly in Seed. Yeah, Gundam Metaverse Yonji, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Well, I was talking about this earlier. I'm not too much of a fan of Build Divers. I find it very hard to get into Metaverse. But honestly, I feel my opinion is for Metaverse and for Build Divers, right? What they are trying to do is they're just trying to release more mobile suits for you guys to buy. Release more Gunpla so they can suck our money dry, right? Honestly, that's the whole purpose of Build Divers, to be honest, in my opinion, in my very humble opinion, right? And what better way to do it than to release a series that is for shonens, that's for boys, right? That's for kids. Because the kids will then start to bother their parents like, hey, mommy, daddy, I want to get this one. Time of peace, I'm suddenly remember that Seed trailer of Gian brutally destroying MS with his Beyblade shield. Oh my goodness, that was classic, man. That was so classic. Okay, but then that one was very brutal. Oh yeah, you remember? Yeah. Actually, I was a little. I think I remember when I watched that scene in was it secondary school? I saw it, was like, what the heck? He actually showed that his whole body like contorted when the shield like went in. It's like, damn, son. Okay, but anyway, yeah. I'm not sure if I'll actually will get this model kit, but I am loving this because okay, I'm not loving it because of the design. To be honest, it looks like a rehash of.
モビルスーツ形態からモビルアーマー形態への変形が可能 HG
Where have I seen this before, guys?
ラインアップ HG ライン HG
Like, where have I seen this before? Jeez, I don't know. I may actually have this Gunpla somewhere in my background. Bandai again with the effing only left open. Yeah, you mean that? Wait, the one where it's holding supposed to hold the weapon one. I think they're running out of ideas for the MS transformations, right? The MA mode is just next level of laziness. Yeah, I was talking about this on my Discord, right? It's a freaking rehash of Wing Gundam, guys. You can't sit there and tell me this is not a rehash of Wing. Alright? I can literally try and transform my MG Wing at the back for you right now, and it'll look exactly the same. Okay. And not only that, Justice, the new Justice Gundam transform as well. Jeez, I wonder what that is trying to mimic. But okay. This is what actually really interests me. It's really the posability and the range of movement for this really interests me. I really want to get this kit solely because I want to try what this whole HGCE series, have a taste of it myself, and see really how posable and how much freedom of movement you get from this. Because if this is a way for them to replace the RG line, I don't think it will, but if this is a way for them to make like a better version of the RG line or the HG line, then I'm all for it. You know, to be fair, some of the RG kits, they are a little bit loose lah, the parts. Hey, Yoru! Hello, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Yeah. How did we go from Zeta Wave Rider to this? I don't know, man. Again, it is Bandai trying to suck our money dry, suck our wallets dry, right? Tell me you did watch UC without saying you did watch UC. Yes, I did not watch the UC, okay? Alright? I'll be dead honest with you. I did not watch the entirety of the UC series. Char's counterattack is an exception. Okay, I watched Char's counterattack just to understand the whole concept of why Char was such a big figure. Yeah, we're talking about not Seed Destiny, but the next Seed series that's coming out, which is Seed Freedom, that's coming out next year, I believe. Right, the movie's coming out next year. It feels like there's gonna be some reports about joint breakage issues and stretch joints. Yeah, which is why I actually want to buy this and try it out for myself and see how good they make this out to be. By the way, Bandai actually did like a live stream of this, I think on Friday, which is yesterday. Alright. And then they twisted and pulled, parts of this mobile suit, by the way, this Gunpla around, and it looks pretty stable to me. But I ain't buying it till I'm trying it out myself. So I'm buying it so I can try it, you know what I'm saying? RG kits before Unicorn can be hit or miss, but RG MK2 for some reason is still standing. Post Unicorn, most kits are better than pre-Unicorn. I 100% agree. This does not go just for the RG series. But guys, remember, and I always go back to this. Remember, I built the Banshee Gundam on stream, the MG Banshee, and how much of a freaking hand grenade the thing is. My Unicorn Gundam, it almost feels also, by the way. if a strong gust of wind were to blow past, it's probably gonna fall over and shatter into 1,000 pieces. Alright. So again, I would not recommend MG Unicorn kits, RG Unicorn kits in any shape or form. Definitely not. Too much transforming parts. HG kits, however, yes, please go get yourself like a HG Unicorn kit. HG kits are still fine. We built the Phoenix on stream, which was fantastic. I love it. It's still sitting right up there with it's still hanging out up there with the rest of my crew, as you can tell, right? I even gave it a stand, right? That's how much I trust that it's not a hand grenade over there. as you can see. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, the Wing Gundam rehash. So yeah, you know what? I've always wanted to build Double O Gundam 7 Swords XN Riser. Dude, you're gonna have you're gonna take a few days with that one. I have not read any much reviews about it. The design looks great, fantastic, but I don't think I want to get my hands on that. Yo dog, we heard you like swords, why you put swords in swords again? Sword, why you sword? Setsuna loves his swords, what can I say? Doesn't matter how hard HG Seed gonna try with this, they ain't passing the HG GTO line and the HG Moon Gundam. Are those even better than this lineup? Especially for the GTO line? Because again, I've not built any of those. My ARG double Q now has 10 swords, damn. So it's not a 7 sword system, it's a freaking 10 sword system. Again, you can't tell me that is not freaking like a rehash of Wing Gundam. Okay, well, to be let me tell you, to be honest, right, I am not loving the new color scheme for Freedom. I think they decided to flip like the blacks of this Gunpla and then try just slap on some white on it. So this is kind of like, you know, if Strike Freedom was dark mood, this is like light mood, you know. Maybe that's why I'm not really into the color scheme of this one. But again, I'm just gonna buy it to try and see whether or not how stable they make this out to be. Yeah. GTO and Moon has RG details and very little stickers. HG GTO series was great, but be wary on HG Gundam, the original loose red jewel part. They both have knees moving armor like an RG. Ooh, okay, wait, the GTO series, right? Okay, I'll look it up, man. Why so dark? The dark blue ear. No, they removed a lot of the. In my opinion, they removed a lot of the black parts. Unfortunately, I do not have like a reference here to show you. Okay, you know what? I'll show you guys a reference on here, right? So if we look at the original Strike Freedom, yeah, like this is what I'm saying, right? This was Strike Freedom, right? The thing that you were saying was really gaudy, alright? So they basically turned the new one pretty much into a rehash of what was it? Destiny Gundam? And they took the colors of Destiny Gundam and then slapped it onto Freedom, as you can tell, right? Again, honestly, I'm not digging the color scheme, but you know what? For what it is, I'm just gonna get it to test out the range of movement. Now I've seen Freedom more. What does the MS mood now looks like? Dollar Store attempt to be edgy Destiny Gundam. No, it's a Dollar Store Wing Gundam. That's what it is. The color scheme does make it look like Dollar Store Destiny Gundam, to be honest though, right? Yeah, you can't sit there and tell me this is not like a rehash of Destiny actually. I posted in Gunpla sub Discord 007 swords and XN Riser. Have fun counting the number of swords. I'll leave that to Setsuna to do it. Okay, you know what? If anything, I'll get the Immortal Justice Gundam, which looks like a freaking rehash of Epion, by the way, guys. I'm not bitching. I'm bitching a lot, but it almost feels like Bandai ran out of ideas, or the creators of Seed ran out of ideas. Yeah. Although this one, I'm very interested to find out what this is in the show when it comes out. What is a Black Knight Squad? I don't understand, right? What is this? What is this Shive? Is that how I pronounce Shiva? Shive? Yeah. I'm very interested to find out. This is how you whet people's appetites, right? By releasing the kit before the movie comes out. If I got this as a gift, I'm buying HG Freedom, downgrading this thing, so I attempt to make it look better, right? Black Knight Rangers, oh man, I don't know, man. This might turn into a whole Power Rangers kit from the start. It does look good, right? It does look good. So I really hope that they do, again, justice to this suit, pun intended, when the movie comes out. When I saw it, it's like, oh damn, okay, if this is the antagonist, I'm getting this, man. It looks good. It really does look good. HG Black Knight Squad, more like HG Black Nutmark's Nightmare. No lie, you won't get no. Well, this won't get Black Nutmarks, alright? When if you're talking about the if you're talking about those metallic coating ones, then yes, you'll get Black Nutmarks. But I don't think you'll get Black Nutmarks for this one, unless you're telling me the runners are that bad. Yeah, again, to be honest, so if I don't get Rising Freedom, yeah, this is next on my list. This looks really sick, by the way. Am I getting this kit? I don't know, right? Again, now, before I buy anything, usually I check reviews for stuff that I want to buy. This is how I figure out which kit that I'm gonna buy next most of the time nowadays. As a matter of fact, for games as well. Again, I always go back to Mecha Gaikotsu's channel because he does a bunch of like these model kit reviews. So I trust him more than I trust most other builders. Also, my friends that are in the Gunpla building community. This thing has an anti-beam coating gold frame. Does it have? I don't know, man. I'm not sure, man. I am not sure. It doesn't look like it has because it's HG. So I heard prediction that the kit is bad. Really? Okay. Again. I don't know lah. I don't know all this, right? Until the kits come out. Because you can see some of this is tentative, right? They probably haven't formalized or or revised or make sure some of the parts actually work. Again, freaking Bandai trying to steal our money. Thank you very much. This one looks great though. Okay, yeah, this one. Gelgoog Menace, baby. Alright, like, dude. This looks like a machine that Char would actually pilot. So, oh man, I don't know. I think I'm gonna be broke by the time these kits come out. I'm really able to Gundam. I built RG Go Geiger. It was a fresh experience, but the mask is annoying because it's loose. Wait, you said RG, right? Did you say RG? Did you say RG? Yeah, RG is yeah. There you go. That's your answer. Be right back. Useless shield. What do you mean useless shield? What do you mean useless shield? You have not watched the show. How would you know this is useless? Yeah, because it's RG again, right? Alpha. That's why. By the way, my RG Strike Gundam has a very loose striker pack. All right, it has a very loose striker pack. So it's part of the cost again for RG for such shit to happen. Alright, so don't be surprised, right? Which is why I'm staying my hand from RG. Oh yeah, Alpha, this is your filler. This is your filler Gundam, right? This is a rehash of Force Impulse, right? This is what you were saying. Not even sure if this is going to be in the series, by the way, or in the show for that matter. I mean, according to you, it's not going to be, right? For all you know, Shin just decides to go back and pilot this. It looks great, but I'm not sure if I want to buy an Impulse Gundam on Impulse. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about filler, right? Yeah, there we go. Right. Man, they not only just have RG, they not only just have HG, they got RG now. And by the way, there's another video which covers metal build. They have a metal build version of this as well. Right. You built RG Impulse was solid? Oh, okay. Maybe that's why they're re-releasing the thing. Guys, this is not the only one. They have a metal build one as well. Let me see. Metal build. They are releasing metal build. Metal build. Rising. Yeah, Rising Freedom. Yeah. So this is where I will use the Billy Mays 9. But wait, there's more. Right, so if you guys are not sick of building Gunpla already, then you just want a steady, just one that you can take out of the box. Now they also have this. And you don't have to bother about stickers also because everything's printed on already. Okay, not gonna lie, it looks great. It really does look great. If you really just want to completely avoid building the Gunpla altogether, no. So that's like 198 Sing, I think. 19,000 yen lah, right? Which equates to about 198 Sing or 200 Sing lah, if you want to be exact. I'm not. I'll leave it to you guys to decide whether or not that's worth it for your you know, for your pocket or for your wallet. Yeah, I'll leave it to you guys to decide whether it's worth it to get this. Just for fun, can you play the video for the decoction model Alia from Armored Core 4? Decoction? Was it? Wait, Decoction Alia? Decoction Alia? Alia? What is this one? Oh, wait, it's a Kotobukiya kit? Ugh. Oh, this looks great though. If this is the one that you're talking about. Oh, it came out last year. Play the third video. Alright, I don't want to get poisoned anymore, guys. You're not helping me. It's already bad enough that I won the seat freedom kits, man. Don't do this to me, guys. By the way, we haven't even started building our Barbatos weapons yet. Why is it called supplies? Is that the name of the AC?
パッケージは 500ml のペットボトルと比較してもかなり大きいです。
Why is there a bottle of Coke next to it? Is it just for scale?
パッケージを横から見ると
Okay, it's two Coke.
奥行きもかなりあります。
Oh, it's huge.
反対側はこんな感じです。
yeah. I think if we look at it, yeah, it's two Coke bottles tall.
パッケージ底面はこんな感じです。
That's actually quite huge, actually.
パッケージ底面には注意書きが書かれています。あと今回は寿屋オンラインショップで
It looks really good though, by the
追加
way.
武装とメタルプレートがもらえました。
Guys, you're not helping. Can I say that? You guys are really not helping. You're
開
poisoning.
封していきたいと思います。
Yeah, this can be an ASMR video altogether. Sheesh. Okay. Alright. Okay. This is the first time I'm seeing someone unbox a Kotobukiya kit. By the way, I've not done a whole lot of research in Kotobukiya kits. All I know is that some of the designs are really, really good. I know they have a Metal Gear Rex one, which I'm kind of interested in getting for myself. And I know they did AC kits, they did Zoids. They did those series that's kind of outside of Gundam itself. So, again, I've not had a chance to dabble in it too much. Maybe one of these days I might buy one and try it out for myself. Kotobukiya AC kits have been reprinted, and the ones that are in stock were so old their PC joints and runners were beginning to decompose. And I know how that feels because I used to build a MG Camphor, which I kept for 3 years, and the moment I opened it up and started to nip off some of the runners, parts of the plastic just came flying out. So yeah, I've seen decomposing plastic models before, so not cool, man. Not fun. Technically, this isn't a kit, it's more like a metal build. Okay, so all the parts are ready built, you just need to put them together. Alright, okay, it's a metal build.
開封した状態から一部を机の上に並べてみました。
Kotobukiya is
まず
more
これが
experienced than
本体
beginner.
と取扱
As in
説明
like
書です。
just one level above beginner. build.
次に
This looks like an
これが
action
装備
figure
と
though.
ディスプレイ
Like you
スタ
said,
ンドに
metal
なり
build,
ます
right?
それでは早速
Hey yo, hey, hold on. Yeah, okay, this looks sick. Alright, this looks really good, not gonna lie. Alright. Again, I don't know. Nowadays, I'm a bit of a sucker for like copper, bronze, gold tins. I know this isn't exactly gold, but hey, what's stopping me from using Gundam markers on this, right?
見ていきたいと思います。まずは正面。マーキングはエンブレム以外入っていないのでかなりシンプルです。斜めから見るとこんな感じです。関節などに金属パーツが使われていますが、重量感はそこまでありません。横から見るとこんな感じです。上半身にかなりボリューム感がありますが、
It's already pre-painted, these I'm kidding, alright? I'm just saying. I mean, who knows, right? It's
と
possible.
ても綺麗です。
You can say that since you have to be ready to do some fix on Koto model kits. Really?
それではもう少し近くで見ていきたいと思いま
Just
す。
in case it breaks,
まずは正
really?
面。頭部パーツと後ろ
Oh, okay, okay. So the parts are kind of like chrome already, sort of. Yeah, so I guess we don't really need the Gundam markers. Unless we scratch it like our dear Barbatos over here.
はこのように取り外しができ、中に電池入れと
Kotobukiya
スイッチ
Zoid's
が
build process is like building a Bandai MG with more complexity and very sharp edges that's out for blood. I think you mentioned it before, right, David? Yes. Oh, you literally got.
スイッチを入れるとこのように頭部が発光します。
Oh shit! Did that actually light up? It actually lights up, right? That's not glow in the dark stuff, right?
豆電池を入れてスイッチを入れると
Oh,
このよう
okay.
に頭部が
It
発
actually
光し
lights
ます。
up. Oh, you built Frame Arms Girl, and the Frame Arms Girl
頭
stabbed
部は
you.
このように開閉することができます。
Yikes! That's definitely not for kids, right? I'm assuming. Right. I mean, that's why we got these on, right, guys? It's not like, but it's not like
オーバ
Barbatos
ー
is
ドブ
gonna
ース
hurt
トは
us.
このように展開することができます。ただここには発光ギミックがないので、個人的にはここにも LED 発光ギミックが欲しかったです。
Okay, right. This is not a kit. This is just an
腕
action
の制
figure,
覇装
a
置は
metal
このよ
build,
うに
so
展
to
開する
speak.
ことができます。
Oh man, okay, they got a lot of modular parts which I like. I like all this stuff that can, extrude and
肘の装甲は
it
こ
can
の
be
ように
extruded out
展
from
開
the
しま
body.
す。
Oh man.
サイドブースターもこのように展開しま
I
す。
mean, if you like the time to build stuff, I think this is a great model kit.
足にはこのように伸縮ギミックがついています。
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Freaking pistons that have spring in it. Okay. It kind of reminds me of this high resolution model that we are building here. So a little, just a little.
シュープリス
Koto is a figure company. Damn ages, man. They out for blood more than the hobby knife. Oh man, yeah. Okay, thanks for the heads up, guys. I will make sure I place it way up at the top. Far away from human eyes, far away from line of sight from anybody, for that matter. Is that yeah? I would assume it's not beginner friendly as well. Yeah, exactly right. That's pretty cool if you ask me. Movable pistols is what made me miss the classic Master Grade. They kind of have put it into the high resolution models, and I think in the metal build stuff. I think. Which is why they are so expensive. But then again, the MG pistons, anyway, the old MG kits, the plastic quality really suffers a great deal. Yeah. After watching the video, can we play a game of guess the price? I'm guessing 400, 500-ish? 400-ish.
それでは次に付属品を見ていきたいと思います。まずこれがフレアです。フレアはこのように展開することができます。
Oh damn, okay, they got modular weapons as well. Wait, this the...
フレアを本体に取
Oh,
り
this
付
the
ける
load...
と
Oh shit! Oh, wait, they got different types of loadouts?
次にこれがグレネードランチャーです。
700? Are you
グレネードランチャ
serious?
ー
This is
はこのまま
700?
展開し、さらにブローバック機能がつ
But
い
the
ています。
pistols were just for show in my opinion. Can't move much compared to the
また、
modern
マ
ones,
ガジ
which
ン
I
も
think
取り
was
外すことがで
the
きます。
point. Are you talking about like the old
グレ
MG
ネー
MG
ドランチャー
kits?
を本体に取り付けるとこんな感じです。
My God.
次に
Freaking
これが
how
ライフル
they
です。
have all they
ライフル
they have
の
the entire
マガジン
loadout for
を
all the
取り外すことが
mechas.
でき
Like
ます
holy what? Oh my what the
マガジンを
hold
取
on
り外すこと
hold
ができま
on
す。
what? They don't have the ammo inside. Okay, this must be 500. This must be 500. I'm bumping my guess to 500 plus 500-ish. Okay, but let's watch
これが
finish the
突撃
entire
ライフル
video,
で
right?
す。突撃ライフルはこのように刃のような部分が稼働します。またマガジンもこのように取り外しできます。これがハンドパーツです。ハンドパーツは2種類付属します。
Okay.
全部
Wait,
総
so
合
so
特許
okay,
に付属
so
します
so the joints, the hands aren't posable. It's just pre-built hand articulations and stuff. I don't mind sacrifice articulation for movable frame and piston. It depends on what you're going for, right? Like if you want to pose your Gundam in a variety of ways, then you might want to go for something like an RG where it's more posable as opposed to, you know, all the bells and whistles and stuff. Which again is why I love our current build, the high resolution model Babato so much, because it has a little bit of both, right?
します。全部層を取り
Not
付け
saying
る
the
と
model
こんな
master
感じ
grade
に
is
なり
bad,
ま
just
す。
miss them. Right, right. Well, hopefully they make a few others that are kind of like that in the future. But I think most of them have taken what you mentioned about the pistons. I think they've thrown it into metal build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I'm half old, half new MG kit. Alright, again, like I said, old MG kit, trust me, I built an MG camphor, I know the quality of the plastic. Right? It's not good. It's really
特
not
定オンライン
good.
ショップでもらえた追加武装とメタルプレートはこんな感じです。
Ray Leonard Alia. So is it called an Alia? Alia? The AC is named Alia, is it?
それでは照明を使って遊
That
ん
looks
でいき
sick,
たい
man.
と思います。まずはオープニング映像のように頭部をアップで撮ってみました。
Okay. I like this guy's voice, by the way. It's very calm and
シンプルにライフルを構えさせてみました。
okay, okay.
オープニング映像のように両手打ちさせてみました。
Man, you make me want to play AC, you know, all of a sudden. And build this damn thing in the game. It looks so
グレネー
cool.
ドランチャーを構えてみました。フレアを展開してみました。
I know this is AC4. I know this is AC4, which was the last AC I played. Yeah.
以上が
I don't recall this
レイ
being
レナー
inside.
ド
Okay, Ray Leonard, they call it? Ray Leonard? Yeah. Okay, so 2 Coke bottles tall in terms of, oh, by the way, yes, one of my favorite Gundams in the series ever, down here. Tall Geese. Which I'm thinking of building next on stream. Okay, so now let me make a educated guess after seeing this whole video. I am thinking this is going to set you back $500 plus $500 ish, 500-ish. Right. Matte black, metallic bronze LED eyes. It's gonna be like 300 budget for those. Close. This was 523 SGD when it was first up for order. Getting second hand, I was like, see, oh well. Well, I know my stuff, but yes, 500 is a very fair price. 700. I know it has light up parts. I know it has a bunch of armaments and stuff that you can attach to it. But yes, 800 is a little bit exorbitant in my opinion. Again, it's mainly because I think it's due to the rarity of the kit right now and the popularity of it, I'm guessing, based off what we just saw. So it looks freaking amazing, by the way. Would I pay 800 for it? Maybe not. I think 500 or 600 is a good price, you know. 500 or 600 is a good price. Loose Goose as the next build. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. My what's that? This is not Daban. What's it? My Dragon Momoko kit has been sitting there for quite some time. So I'm a little bit scared that the plastic also decomposes. So I don't know, man. We'll maybe we'll have to build it. No choice. When you think $700 is bad, look up Metal Structure New Gundam. Oh, of course. I mean, that one don't need to say lah. Hey, that one, you just from the sheer size of those Gunplas alone, is already, you know, is already enough to set you back by 1,000, I would say. I think it's fair enough. What is this? Saya does stuff. Morning, I have a video of robot building Gunpla. Oh no! Well, AI has finally taken over, and looks like we don't have to watch Gunpla building streams anymore, right? Because we got this thing to do our job. This is what you call precision engineering by a precision engineered machine. Precision engineeringception. Robot making Gunpla for you is basically, I know, right? Exactly. So I was saying like precision engineerception or something. I don't know. Man, you know what I would do if I had a robot like this? I would probably buy a bunch of Gunvolvers and like, hey, you just do one by one for me. I just cut the knobs for you, right? And then you just fix it together. Okay, but I'm thinking like the individual parts you still have to put together, obviously. This thing just knows how to take, snap, build, take, snap, build, take, snap, build. If it can help me cut the runners and piece all the parts together, yeah, this would be freaking amazing. Then you don't need people like me anymore. And oh, of course, Choo Choo! Choo Choo! Choo Choo! Best goal! From Witch from Mercury. I don't know how many of you actually will buy this though. I'm in the series not for the heroines or the damsels. Although Choo Choo is a whole vibe. But yes, if you would love to get this, go ahead, man. Yeah. Okay. Wow, you actually can make her do that. That. Okay. That's not too bad. That's pretty cool. And you got the different expressions. Alright, okay. Again, like I probably won't get this. I thought it was just quite interesting for those of you who are into the heroines, as well as much as you're into the Gundams or the Gunplas, right? Anyway, we should probably get down to completing our Barbatos. Like I said, we only have the effect parts. Sorry, not the effect parts. The weapons that we need to complete by today. So let's just dive right into it. Thanks for sharing all this amazing stuff with me, guys. Again, you can share it with me as well on Discord, ! Discord. We have a channel dedicated to Gunpla on there. If you see the post with Tidal posting about his 7 Swords Exia, yeah, you can. Yeah, that's the correct one. Yeah. She said she can Slav squad. Is that a Slav squad? Oh yeah, it is a Slav squad. Or as they say, the Asian squad, right? I prefer to call it the Asian squad. Okay, anyway. Yeah, my Barbatos has not moved an inch since the last time we saw it, when I posted for your viewing pleasure on Twitch. I'm not here for Yuri, I'm here for Bloodshed and Warcry. Exactly, right? Exactly, you know, y'all know what I'm saying. I mean, for me as well, right? Bloodshed, War Crimes, and Tomatoes, right? After watching Witch from Mercury, I have a craving for tomatoes almost every day. Call me sick in the head. But thanks for the Hell Hydrate, David. And thanks also, I mean, keep on sharing those great stuff. And also, song requests are on, guys. ! SR followed by the YouTube link to the song we want to hear. I just wanted to show you something very interesting that I discovered over the weekend when I posed this next to a few Gunplas on my shelf. Because we literally just built this And I don't know if it's because I built this in the last stream, that's why I subconsciously chose to build Barbatos for this one. But you can't, you can't tell me this does not have the exact same color scheme. Like, I literally put this kit on my shelf next to the Wild Liger that we built in the last stream, and my god. The similarities, guys. the amount of it, yeah, exactly right. You know, when I saw this, I was like, I'm very tempted to just make him write the Wild Liger that we have. You know, like kind of like giddy up on this thing. Let me see if I can actually fit this here. Let's see if I can do this without dropping any of the parts. Oh man, Barbie is gonna have a blade riding up his crotch real bad though. Wait, let me switch it for you guys. Here we go. Yeah, I was so tempted to do this, but I think we have to remove the blade a little bit first. We're gonna get Barbie to ride this damn thing. Yeah, the whole thing's gonna ride up his crotch real bad, man. But okay, you guys can tell when I saw this, it's like, oh my god, this actually literally goes hand in hand, right, guys? Like, ooh. Well, so honestly, I don't know who steal from who lah, right? The design, but you can't tell me these two don't go hand in hand. They literally are match made in heaven, guys. Zero padding. No, right? Wish for working sequel or side story near future, maybe. Do go well with. Yeah. I know, right? Oh my god. One is too white and the other has blue highlights. A rodeo, maybe. Okay. I don't know if I want to pose them kind of like that, where Barbatos is riding on Wild Liger, but yeah. It's just a discovery that I made over the weekend. Maybe that's why I thought to myself, let's just build a Barbatos for the next one. And there we go, guys. But seriously, holy shit, man. It looks exactly it looks exactly the same. My god. As in terms of the color schema. And I mean, really, you know, one for one, yeah. Like if I take this Barbatos and convert it into a tiger form, yeah, this is what you get. Like seriously. Okay, anyway, yeah, just something interesting that I discovered among my set of toys over here. By the way, I still love the Wild Liger build. So good, so damn good. Anyway, let's get down to building this proper. I'm looking at SDEX Rising Freedom and Great Lord. Every white and black part of the wings are stick. Oh man. Okay, I don't know if I want to get SDEX. And honestly, I don't know what's the difference. There's SDEX and then there's MG. There's SD, MG, MGSD as well. Like, how many of these terms are you going to rehash, Bandai? Like, come on. One moment. What's your opinion on upcoming MGSD Barbie coming out soon? I have no opinion on it because I have not built an MGSD before. I do plan, I mean this is actually on my wish list, I do plan to get a MGSD Freedom. Because like I said, I miss my OG Freedom Gundam a little bit too much. The HG Freedom that I told you guys, the wing broke when I dropped it. I miss it a little bit too much, so I might get MGSD. Oh, it's only Freedom for now. Oh, okay. So like I said again, I have no opinion, right? Because I've not built MGSD before. So until I get the MGSD, I heard it's actually not bad. Like based on some of the reviews that I've seen. Yeah. Hello Simon. Hello. Welcome. How's your day? How's your Saturday? Hope you've been good. We are about to kickstart like after like an hour plus of talking about shooting the breeze on stream. We're about to get down to Gundam building or completing our Gundam Barbatos. Yeah. So let's see how that goes. Also, I'm just gonna check very quickly. How is Chelsea doing? Because Chelsea is playing against Burnley at the moment, and it does not look good. Oh, Chelsea is losing. This sucks. Why is Chelsea losing? Oh my god. Okay, well, I'll look at that in just a bit. Great. Chelsea on another game that they are about to lose. Oh, you're playing Assassin's Creed Mirage. Oh yeah, the Assassin's Creed that literally just came out. How are you finding it? I have a few friends that worked on it, and they were telling me that, hey, you should get the game, because I'm in it. I'm actually took part, in doing some of the animations and stuff. But I'm a little bit too fatigued by the series already, yeah, to be honest. That's just me. But if you love your Assassin's Creed, go ahead. Please go and play it. But are you having fun in the game so far? What's your take on it at the moment? Oh shit. Okay, sorry. This part. Okay, so again, one of my biggest complaints about this, high resolution Barbie. Again, a lot of the parts are a bit loose as well. So you kind of like every time you build it. Now, if you pose them right itself, right off the bat, it's not gonna be much of a problem. When you're in the middle of building it though, some of these parts do come off quite easily. So now, this is yet another example of one of the parts that I have to fit back as I'm building again. There we go. Because it's just so damn problematic. And the shoulder pads, again, the pauldrons here, as you can see, are a little bit loose as well. So this is not exactly a hand grenade, but it's still a little bit problematic. Zoids and Gundam had a collab once, and this is what they made. The graphics is damn nice, right? I'm glad that you are not pewtered out by, or rather, not fatigued by the series yet. But for me, I'm a little bit fatigued by that, which is why I'm not touching Assassin's Creed for the time being. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, Simon. But what's your review on it? Like, so far so good? Like, is the story... I mean, the graphics, sure, it's good, it's great. I think it's part of the course. It's a weird looking AC, it is not an AC. But we need to talk about this though. I mean... So this is the collab that you mentioned, right? Yeah, okay, I can see why this wasn't very popular with the masses. Is that a beam saber on the tail? Like, okay, right. I can see why they discontinued the collab. It looks it's not too bad. To me, it's a little bit mid, but okay. Thanks for sharing though. I really don't know how to feel about this collab. I can only mention that my Barbie looks pretty much like my Wild Liger, or actually, well, Wild Liger actually came out first, right? Yes, so I'm correct to say that yes, my Barbie does look like my Wild Liger. By whatever coincidence, I'm not gonna try to, second guess Bandai on that. Anyway, today's stream gonna be very straightforward. I am just going to building my Barbatos. And all we need to do is just to fit in the weapons, that's it. And then we're done for the day, right? Yeah, it took us 4 damn streams, right, to do this. I was actually planning to complete this in 3 streams, but we got distracted a bunch of times, right, obviously, on stream. Could be a Gundam-sized whip, I mean, sure. Not a Gundam-sized whip, it looks more like, it does look more like a hilt of a beam saber. A beam tail, so to speak, maybe. Finally, yeah, after an hour plus, jeez. I know you guys have been waiting. But it's so much to talk about in terms of Gunpla, right? Especially when you guys got me on that. Oh, Seed sucks, it's like, yeah, off with the Seed fanboys and fangirls. So I don't know, man. I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's see. All right. We are gonna build the weapons. So let's dive right into that. Okay, let's take out all the weapon parts because honestly, there's not a lot of weapon parts to be honest. Oh shit. We only left with a few parts to build here, which are these, alright, these runners here. So I'm not gonna be too much of a stickler with all these. I might have to take out or extract some of the fist weapons as well. Okay, so in case you guys are wondering, the hands of this gunpla, right? They are not posable, right? They are pre-made already, okay, to be posed in certain positions. So kind of like this one, as you can see, it's the okay, this is just a closed fist one. Okay, you can't hold anything with this. Can you? No, you can't hold anything with this. Okay, it's just capped off, right? So there's an open grip one, and there's a one that has a grip for the respective weapons and stuff. Yes. As much as I want to see this finish, I already have to rest for tomorrow's duty. Yo, please have a good rest and audio. Yes, ORD soon. Have a great time. Please use up all your leave, man, as much as you can. All right, Alpha. All right, enjoy your last month as an NSF because after that, you have the only thing you can look forward to is Emma. Like me. Pro tip: yeah, try to get as much of your cycles cleared as quickly as possible. Right, but you don't have to worry about that just yet. Right, just focus on getting the heck out of there. Congratulations, alright, yeah, I'll see you again soon. Enjoy your last duty. Okay, I hope it is. Right, I'll see you soon. Really sells the brutality of the IBO unit. Personally, I always thought that the Barbary looked cooler with the mace than a katana. Yes, I 100% agree with you, and in any case, that is the weapon that Mikazuki used most of the time anyway. How he managed to brandish it so readily like that is a question for another day. Honestly speaking, it's Gundam, you know, so nobody really, it doesn't really have to make sense per se. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Yeah, let's get down to building this. Why does your shoulder armor look like they are missing parts? No, it's actually like that, leh. Yeah. If you look at the unit, right? Oh yes, you're right. It does look like it's missing parts. I think it may have come off somewhere. let me check again. All right. But if you're talking about the pistons, that parts, yes. All right. It's actually supposed to be exposed. Right. I'll go and figure it out in just a bit. Yes. I think it fell out. Yeah, let me go and check. I think it fell out. Yeah, it fell out. Okay, let me pick it back, put it back in. Yeah. Thanks for highlighting that. I think it dropped out when I actually stored it in the box. Which is why generally I don't store I try not to store my Gundams back in my back in the boxes they came in because the parts sometimes tend to fall off and then I have to like go and search through the damn thing like to find the missing pieces. Some of the mobile suits from IBO mobile game Udurhan are pretty cool. Have you seen them? Yes, I saw the Udurhan. Actually, they've been appearing a lot on my timeline because I've been searching out a lot of the what you call it, the Gundam IBO OSTs. So suddenly they threw up like this suggestion from Udurhan, and then I ended up watching I think a good like half an hour of the gameplay and the cutscenes and stuff. Yes, but I don't know what the heck is going on because they don't really have English subtitles, or nobody has done English subtitles for Udurhan just yet. At least I don't know any, so I don't exactly know what the heck's going on there. I know that it's a young lady that's piloting the new Barbatos or something like that or something similar. I don't know. Still no kid Atra. Yeah, goddamn. The lesser known kids, are usually, or the kids that come from the side stories, usually you have to wait for a bit one. Yeah, so you have to be a little bit patient. Yes, please go get your late dinner, David. Yes, and then, yeah, don't go hungry just because of this stream. Please go, guys. If you have not had your dinner, if you wish to have supper, please go and get it now, man. We are all about Gunpla and chilling down here, alright, guys? Gunpla and chilling. Oh, I'm on the wrong page to begin with. Okay, wait. Why? Oh. Okay, there we go. Alright, so, oh. Hey, by the way, guys. If this was not like, you know, I don't know about you, but this looks like an actual blade to me. It looked kind of like an actual knife to me. Don't you guys think so? Like, holy shit! But it's not that sharp lah. Trust me. Okay, it's fine. It's just a regular, but it looks like a real blade if you ask me. Like they've done it in they've given it such a nice sheen, right? It almost looks like it's a real blade itself. So it's freaking amazing. Like, I don't know, this actually looks cool. If you could see it like up close and personal, it's actually looking really good. Alright, so weapons. Okay, but first let me reattach the pauldrons. One you should mention, yes, those are the parts that I'm missing. Shit, where did I saw it just now. Where's the shoulder? Hello? Where are the shoulder bits? Okay, hold on. Okay, this is what I need later. Where did the shoulder bits go? I caught a glimpse of it just now. See, this is the problem, right? Some of the parts like coming out and shit. Okay, there we go. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. I only cut out like one of the one side of the bits, the shoulder parts. Give me a sec, guys. Let me do this real quick. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I only cut out one of the parts. There we go. I was stuck. I didn't even shave it down. Like, what the heck? Okay. Let me shave it down then. By the way, yes guys, again, song requests are on !SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear. Okay, this one I kind of have to wing it because I can't remember how this is placed. I believe it should be this way? Oh man, okay, let me shave it down. What the heck? I can't believe I didn't shave this down the last time round. Okay, I have to look at the reference again. How does this go back in? Okay. I believe it's like that. Maybe I should look at the box art for reference. Yep, this should be correcto mundo. Unless, wait, hold on. Unless there are grooves at the back, so wait, let me try. There we go. Seems about right. Oh, Okay, the whole thing just came out again. Wait, is this correct? Oh no, it looks like there's a gap for this. Okay, wait. Something does not feel right down here. Wait, there's a gap down here. So... Okay, so there's supposed to be a gap, right? Okay, I'm assuming this one goes on the right side. Sorry, not on the right side, on the left side of this. There we go. You know what? I should just do this part first. I should just take out the whole pauldron and just work on it first before reattaching it. Okay. Alright, so I did not take out these parts, but I'm assuming they are pretty much the same part of the course. The sun goes down. Who's gonna save me now? Some kind of hero. Before the sun goes down. Oh yeah, do you guys want to hear about my Distant Worlds experience last night? Or would you guys rather I just shut up and build this, complete this build? Because man oh man, this was my first Distant Worlds concert for Final Fantasy. So last night was a pretty interesting night. Got tickets at the very last second. Oh, not the very last second. At the very last minute to go for the Final Fantasy concert over at the Star Performing Arts, which coincidentally is where I attend church. It took way too long for this. Barbie tired already. Barbie is going weak at the legs, guys. Look at this. Look at the knees. It's literally weak at the knees now. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I think Barbie has lost its patience with me. She has gone weak at the knees, guys. And I'll show you what I mean in a bit. Because if I were to lift this up right now, look at that. Right, I honestly I don't know how to fix this. There is only one way to do it, and that is to find a screw and tighten it. But I've overlaid so many parts on it, right, at the moment. You know, I don't think I want to do any kind of surgery. Like if I do this, yeah, that's where it goes down. I'll just have to try my best not to articulate too much of the knees as much as possible. Play the Barbie song for this. Perhaps Barbie has a thing for Cher. Yeah, well, I mean, I've done my best to, you know, give it new life, breathe new life into this thing. So maybe you better be grateful that I'm actually putting you on the world stage here, Barbie. Yeah. So for the next stream, we are gonna build a Ken, and it's gonna be great. But yes, do you guys want to hear about my experience for the Distant Worlds concert last night? Okay, so for those of you who don't know what Distant Worlds is, it's the Final Fantasy concert, the orchestra rather, the Final Fantasy Orchestra concert that was held in Singapore yesterday. So they come, I think, once every few years to play like Final Fantasy songs and stuff. So I think yesterday's concert was I forgot what's the concert band that actually played the songs yesterday, but it was the Metropolitan something Metropolitan Orchestra that was doing the songs yesterday. So it was really cool. How many of you here are FF fans? Just asking. Maybe I should have segued into that a lot better. Yeah, how many of you here are like Final Fantasy fans and stuff? Is stream ending soon? Nah, it's not ending soon. I'm in the middle of like building the weapons and shit. Does Kingdom Hearts count? Well, okay, so yesterday's concert was strictly it was strictly Final Fantasy songs. Yeah, no Kingdom Hearts. It's not a Square Enix concert, alright? It's not a Square Enix concert. It's a Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, it's solely a Final Fantasy concert, orchestra concert. Again, the band that played, if I'm not wrong, is the something something Metropolitan Orchestra. And I can't really give you too much details about who the band was because again I was invited to it at the last minute, which is why I did not end up streaming yesterday. So a friend of mine apparently has a friend who, let me get this out real quick. Apparently a friend of mine, right, actually booked a bunch of tickets for his friends, his group of friends, for yesterday's concert, right, which is the Distant Worlds concert. And at the very last minute yesterday, long story short, friend pulled out. He asked a bunch of people who could make it, and all of them had plans, and he bounced through each and every single one of them until it came to me. And funny story, yesterday, my wife actually asked me to go out with her at night to go for this Lee Kuan Yew museum that is actually coming up very, very soon. It is not the one that just ended, called Not in Our Time or something like that. It's not the one that just ended. Yeah. It's a different one that's coming up. So she asked me whether or not I want to go and check it out. I was like, nah, because like they just had one Lee Kuan Yew museum exhibit that was done in Pasir Panjang, and then like I don't think I want to go for another one. So I was prepared to be home alone for the entire night, and at the last minute, literally, okay, so this happened at 5:45. It happened really, really fast. At exactly 5:45, 5:30, my wife left the house to go for that exhibit. At 5:45, my friend literally pinged me and said, like, hey, do you want to join me? Okay, do you know anyone that is into Final Fantasy? Right? So that was the question he posed to me. You guys, those of you in my Discord, will know will have seen the message that was sent to me, right? Do you know anyone that's in Final Fantasy? I got some concert tickets, for tonight's show, Distant Worlds. A friend of mine pulled out, so he don't want the tickets to go to waste. But the ticket will be fully paid by him still, right? He just doesn't want the ticket to go to waste, right? And then my friend was like, "Do you know anyone that's interested in Final Fantasy?" Then I was like, can I like take those tickets instead? And he was like, yeah, come, sure, join us, I was like, okay. Yeah, so that's how the whole thing went down, right? And the funny thing that the funny thing was that I told my wife, like, if there was even if there was like nothing else going on, right? And I had to go for this LK, and you asked me to go for this LKY museum, right? I would have gone anyway, right? Which is why I wanted to stream, and I thought I was like, oh, okay, well, she's gonna go out on her own and enjoy herself, and I'm gonna be all by my lonesome. Of course, not on my lonesome. I would have been streaming for you guys. And then lo and behold, yeah, this opportunity comes knocking. Yeah, own self, nominate own self. It's nominate without an R, by the way. Yoru. White Wolfie, hello, welcome in. How's your Saturday, man? Hope it's coming along great desu yo. We are building the last bits of our Barbie. Okay, not Barbie, yeah, Barbie. All right. The weapons are in general. That's what we are trying to settle today. Feeling lazy? Yeah, I don't blame you. Guys, the humidity has been on the rise, right, as of late. And I don't know, is it because of the haze? Is it because of the time of the year or whatnot? I didn't even know there was a haze until they, like, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I didn't even know there was haze at all until the government announced it, like, oh yeah, the haze is getting real bad. And I was like, what haze? It could also explain why my nose has been kind of stuffy as of late, right? I think you guys have seen me sniffling on stream from time to time. But yeah, the humidity has been off the charts. A lot of stuff actually happened over the past few days. There's an announcement of haze happening. There was what was it? Oh, there's a rise in COVID numbers apparently, and a friend of a friend, I've heard, actually recently contracted COVID again, right? So it's actually it's actually getting a little bit cray-cray here in Singapore for a bit. So and this is the official announcement by Ong Ye Kung, by the way, and he did come out and say that yes, the COVID numbers are actually on the rise again. So guys, please stay safe. If you have to wear a mask to go out there, actually I might start wearing a mask myself to go out, you know. I mean, haze and COVID is like a double whammy, man. At some point you might consider even wearing a hazmat suit to get out. This must be the new magical girl Barbie where she transforms into a mecha. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. She does have another form called the Barbie Lupus Rex. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's freaking amazing, you know. So yeah, that I heard that was a pretty cool model also, which I also have in my possession, sir. I don't know why I said it like I was like presenting arms and shit. I don't know, I could use a 2 weeks vacation to wear to Japan. Yeah, I could. I mean, we all could use a 2 weeks vacation, sir. But you know what? Life has its responsibilities. Work has its responsibilities. So unfortunately, we are stuck here for now. I'm very envious of those of you who got a chance to go to Tokyo Game Show recently. I don't know if anything great was showcased there by any chance. Was there any like MH announcements and stuff? I may not be too keenly aware of it. All I know is that I was super FOMO during the few weeks that, you know, there was TGS and stuff. So yeah, don't mind me if I still feel a little bit salty that I couldn't go this year. Or if I sound a bit salty that I wasn't able to make it this year. But yeah, any of you actually went TGS by any chance? I don't know. My boss went for TGS on his own money. It was supposed to be covered by the school. By the last minute, they said that, oh, we don't have enough budget. We don't need that many lecturers and higher ups to follow the students to go TGS. And yes, by the way, my students got a chance to go Tokyo Game Show this year. My students, literally the students that I'm in charge of, got a chance to go Tokyo Game Show. A school trip, by the way. So yeah, very, very envious of them. But hey, you know what? I had a bunch of amazing opportunities while I was in Singapore still, even though I didn't get a chance to go overseas. I got to taste like some really good Japanese food. I don't know if you guys saw that I had like an omakase not too long ago at Shimes by this very renowned Michelin star chef. So my wife was saying that you keep complaining that you cannot go TGS, and see, now you got this opportunity to have like this omakase at at Chimes. Yeah, better than you go Japan, right? Okay lah, but yeah, nothing beats going to Japan still. Nothing beats going to have an omakase there still, right? Obviously. What you mean? Okay. What you mean? To be fair, alright, the omakase here, right, is actually the omakase that I went for. The omakase bar that I went for was really, really good. Give me a sec, guys. I'm trying to figure out how should I attach this in. How do I slide this in? Oh, wait, there's a attachment. I don't understand. How do I catch hold of this? Oh, I have to slide it out. Oh. Oh, there's H2, right? Oh, okay. So this is the backpack to carry like the weapons at the back, right? So give me a sec. Let me try and like sort this thing out. So actually, there's an attachment here that you can load the the blade onto, which is H32. I need to go and find that part because I don't think I want Barbatos to hold on to this. I don't want Barbie to hold on to this weapon. Where is H2? So there's an attachment for this H32 rather. Okay, this is F1, H32. Is this the one? Oh yeah, it's the weapon parts. So yeah, I mean, I had a chance to eat the omakase bar. Maybe I should show you guys what I mean. I did some Insta stories about it. Yoru, I think you saw my Insta stories for the omakase bar, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So I think it was a few weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago when I went for it. Was it a week ago? Okay, but it was a Michelin star, like, you know, restaurant and stuff. So it was really good though. So I felt slightly better after that. Dude, not gonna lie, it was that good. I forgot the chef's name because, like I said, I'm not really a food person, so to speak. Not really a food connoisseur myself. So yeah. Okay, I have to kind of do it like that. Why can't I slide this out? Okay, I just don't want to break the parts. Yeah, man, this is so... You know what? Maybe I should detach the whole backpack. Yeah, that would be better, right? Anyway, yeah. Do you guys want to continue here about my whole Distant Worlds experience? Okay, anyway, yes. So I got tickets at the last minute. Rushed down to the venue on a Grab, which was not cheap. But I told myself, you know what? Completely worth it. $20 for a Grab just to get down to the venue, which was at Star Vista. And my goodness, I have no regrets about it because the concert was so good. I met up with them for dinner. Obviously, I had to get some food and stuff because the concert was 2 hours long. So yeah, it was. I thought it was gonna be 3 hours long, but turns out it was only 2 hours long. And honestly, it was one of the best concerts. Okay, I've not been to a game concert before, or a game orchestra concert for that matter. Alright, let's try this on for size. Yeah, I've not been to a game orchestra concert at all before. So from start to finish, I literally had goosebumps, alright? I kid you not. From the moment they played the first piece, which was the opening theme for all the Final Fantasies, you know, the one that goes... or something like that, right? Yeah, I was sold, man. I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a great concert. But then again, it won't feel right if they did not play that theme at the start of the concert. Yeah. So it just felt right. And it was just home free from there. And I don't know how many of you, again, I don't know how many of you play FF, what's that? Play FF14, because my goodness, there were a lot of FF14 songs. Just so you guys know, right? It was literally a concert there. I think if we could like rename this concert, I would call it the FF14 concert. There were a lot of FF14 fanboys down there, fanboys and fangirls. Of course, they did play all the FF7 songs. FF8, there was FF8, FF7, FF8, FFX songs, which was a whole vibe, man. Not gonna lie. Wait, how do I slide this down? Is that how I do it? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, oh boy, it was great. They brought on, okay, so one very interesting thing also that happened during the concert was that the conductor, I think just before the intermission, came out and said that they have brought along a very special guest. Where does this come from? Oh shit. Okay, one of the parts like flew out from somewhere. So the conductor before the interlude actually came out and said that, oh, we have a very special guest with us, and she's gonna be singing "Eyes on Me." And the moment he said that, I was like, is it her? Is it the one and only? Is it Faye Wong? And I was like, no way, man. No way it's gonna be Faye Wong. Yeah, no way it's gonna be Faye Wong. What do you mean I need help? Wait, I'm trying to figure out where did this come from. And I was like, is it her? Is it Faye Wong? The one and only Faye Wong coming out? And sure enough, it's not Faye Wong. Yeah, it came out, it turned out it was another lady by the name of Sarah Calloway that sang Eyes on Me. So I was like, damn, okay, well, you almost got me there. You almost got me there. It was her rendition of Eyes on Me was not too bad, but my goodness, imagine they actually brought Faye Wong into the concert. It's like, oh, I would have absolutely lost it. I would have absolutely lost it. Then again, the tickets would have cost a lot more if it was Faye Wong. The tickets would have cost a lot more if it was Faye Wong. I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember who Faye Wong is, but she was the original singer of Eyes on Me from FF8, if I remember correctly. Where did this part drop out from? I don't get it. Uh-oh. Where did this drop out from? I don't... Oh, man. Okay, let me have a look, huh? Oh man, where did it drop out from? I don't know. It's not the Walmart version! Okay, she did pretty good, okay, guys, she did pretty good. I'm just saying that I was really looking forward for, I was really hoping that it would be Faye Wong. Alright, in my dreams lah, obviously, in my dreams. Okay, this Sarah Calloway, I think she has sang for a lot of, like, game orchestras and stuff. So, she was not too bad. They also brought someone that did the music that sang Suteki Dane from FF10, right? So I think her name was called Riki? No, Riku, Riki also. And I don't know if she is the one that originally sang Suteki Dane in FF. That one I have to look it up. So they brought a couple of pretty good singers there. Not sure if they are the original ones, but you know, I was happy that they actually did it live. They sang it live instead of like, you know, doing like a lip sync version of the songs or the voice songs. The amazing thing about, you know, FF is that, you know, a lot of the songs are orchestra music, so you literally don't need to understand, or you don't actually have to be a fan of FF to actually enjoy the songs, because the songs all on their own are great. And how I know this is simply because there was a lady that was in my group of friends, right? There's a friend of a friend that joined us in that concert, right? She does not, like, has not played any of the FFs at all. And she literally bought the concert tickets because she heard that it was a really good concert, right? And after the whole concert, and I know a lot of you people were judged, like, oh no, never, don't play FF, never, no, watch any of their stuff before, still go for the concert. Like, the tickets could have been better saved for someone else, right? I would beg to differ because I think anyone can enjoy the concert, and she thoroughly enjoyed herself. She thoroughly enjoyed herself, and she said that after she watched the concert, like, heck yeah, I am going to, I'm gonna, like, maybe I will go and play some FF. I really feel like going and playing some Final Fantasy after this. So that's the kind of emotion that gets elicited, at a concert like this. And for someone like me that has played FF in the past before and loves a number of series and is into a number of the series, I would 100% agree with her, and more so because, like I said, from start to finish, I had goosebumps. I literally had goosebumps from start to finish. No luck? What you mean, no luck? Like I said, the concert is for everyone to enjoy, Doesn't matter. But okay, there were a lot of cosplayers, There were a lot of cosplayers there as well, and you can tell they were like hardcore like Final Fantasy fans. So again, yeah, more power to those that managed to get the tickets and stuff, because I heard it was sold out on the first day it came out. So that was how crazy it was. Distant Worlds, by the way, and they come once every few years only. I think maybe once every 3 or 5 years. No such thing as worth any more on someone else. No luck means suck. That means, I think it's ultimately RNG lah at the end of the day. I think that's what you're trying to say, right? It's all the luck of the draw, to be honest. Okay, I cannot find where this is from. Like, where is this supposed to come from? Jeez. Okay, I have to look back at some of the bits here. Where did this drop out from? Such a small part. Oh, okay, please focus on your game. Ayo, don't have to chat with me. I'm sure a bunch of you are like in the middle of games and stuff. It's all good. I know sometimes here it does feel like an echo chamber here. But it's all good. We are just here to gunpla and chill, and I am here just to find out where the heck is this part coming from. Jeez. Hey, shit, man. Eh? Did it come from here? No. Where does this part come from? Shit, okay, I have to... Alright, you know what? I'm gonna leave this one side, and I'm gonna get back to this later. I'm pretty sure I've seen this part somewhere before. Yeah, it's the toes of the Barbatos. It's the toes of the Barbatos. Duh. How could I completely miss that out? You know what? I'm kind of tempted to just remove my gloves for this instance. Ah! Bruh. You know what? Tighten these gloves a bit. I maybe should have bought... Maybe I should have bought tighter gloves. Tighter gloves do help somewhat, I guess. And again, guys, if you don't know why I'm using these gloves, it's because some of these parts are kinda like... You can kind of get your fingerprints on some of these parts because they are a little bit on the shiny end of things. Okay, anyway. Back to... the weapons. Before we're so rudely interrupted by all these missing bits and shit. H8. Where's H8? Yeah, is this H8? Yeah, it's H8. H8 for H13. No, this is not H13. H13 is this one. Okay, we're gonna build the rail gun, I think, for Barbatos. Why is there? I have freaking hair. I think my hair is dropping all over the damn place. Oh, this is getting old. Okay. Welcome to 35 years of age, guys. Where your hair just drops non-stop on the daily. Okay, we're gonna polish this thing up real quick. All right. Okay. H. How does this even go in? It's a barrel. Is it even like? Okay, either side works. Okay, there we go. Oh, oh! Are there two rail guns that he has? Or is this part of just one huge rail gun? It looks like... Okay, it looks like it's just one huge rail gun. I think. Oh yeah, it's just one huge rail gun. Alright, I thought he had like... I was like thinking, since when he got double rail guns? Like, what? Okay, H1, H2. Okay, time to speedrun this for the sake of time, guys. And complete this. Like, we've taken one too many streams too long for this already. One too many streams for this. Okay. I can't English. We've taken way too long. That's what I'm saying. 3 streams, man. And this is the 4th one on building this. Thought it would have been a lot, I thought it would have been a lot, like, faster. It'd been a lot quicker by now. But yeah. Oh, gotta be careful because I don't wanna... Shit. Yeah, I don't wanna... Great. I don't scratch some of these parts, but apparently I already have. Let me scratch some of these by accident. Gundam marker. Okay, maybe I'll do the Gundam marker later. Once I've attached all these parts. Actually, a weapon shouldn't take us too long. Which is why I'm gonna try my best to speed run through this. Okay. Yeah, probably shouldn't sharpen. I shouldn't smooth this out. Alright. This should be the barrel, should form the barrel rather, of this weapon. H2. Am I correct? Am I doing this right? Oh, I'm second guessing myself. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, there's a nut down here. I might have to cover up some of these parts with actually, do I have a... Oh, I have a silver Gundam marker. I don't know if I should use that to cover up some of these scratches. Actually, I don't really have scratches, so I think we're good. Just gotta make sure I don't foul them down too much. Yeah, that'll be fine. A little bit of wear and tear. Do you guys notice any visible scratches? Okay, there's a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think we're good. If I put some, like... I don't know if you guys can see that. I'm a bit scared. Okay, there's a nut mark down there. I'm a bit scared to foul it down because, like I said, it's probably going to leave a scratch. My buffing machine is not really working as well. Buffing it. Like, this buffing machine is not kind of like dead. Does it still work even? Or is the battery like gone? Okay, let me test it out. Let's see if it's a good idea to fire it up and test whether or not it works. Yep, battery is dead. Yeah, right. Yeah, battery is gone. I should probably swap out the battery for this one. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I don't care about the scratches. Nobody's gonna notice. H10. H10 and H4. Okay, wait. We do this one. 15, 18, and 19. 15, 18, and 19. Where's 18? 15, 18, 19. Did I take it out? Ready? Oh, wait. Are they? No, these are not the ones. 18, 19. Oh, shit. My shadow is blocking it. Which explains why I couldn't see it. Okay. So 15, 18, 19 is this one. Geez, the shadows are real, man. I think maybe my lighting is a bit too harsh. Never mind. Okay. I wish I didn't have to deal with the nut marks, but I'll just leave it as it is. 1, 2, okay, so it's 15. Does this go in like that? Yeah, I think it does. Okay. I believe this. Oh, this is the scope, right? Okay, this is the scope. All right. I kind of feel I should have probably bought tighter gloves because this one is, it's really loose. These are really loose gloves. But if I were to buy those that are any tighter, I would end up ripping a hole like I did in the previous ones that I had. Good lord. Okay, let me just... Okay, yeah, in case you guys are wondering why I'm wearing a watch, this watch is really just to tie down my gloves here. Okay. Let's see what's up. Oh, nice. Chelsea is winning. Let's go. Right. I don't know how many of you here are watching soccer. But yeah. Chelsea on the up and up. Let's go. I know, very random. But looks like I'm gonna have a great weekend with this win. I don't know how many of you here are watching soccer or watch soccer at the moment. Okay, let's see. H10. Oh, this one has to go with this one. H14. Yes, guys. In case you're wondering why I'm saying Chelsea is winning, because they are currently having a match right now. I probably should throw up the results. Let me just throw up the results very quickly. From here. Oh shit! They're actually winning 1-4 to Burnley. Bro, that's a huge improvement of results right there. Damn, okay. Okay. I'm digging it. Very nice. It got me worried a little bit there for a moment because they didn't exactly score the first goal in this match. Okay, but very nice, very nice. So Jackson on the score sheet, Cole Palmer on the score sheet. I knew that lad was going to score. Very nice. Right. Okay. Let me put this together. Right, the barrel goes onto this one, I believe. Do I slide it in, right? Like that. Let's see. Oh. Jeez. Ugh. Come on. Okay, wait. Why is it not going in? Let me have a look and see how does this figure in. Oh shit! I was supposed to. Alright, I know where I went wrong. I have to separate this out first. Okay. What's new? Me figuring out stuff is wrong, done in the wrong way. So I'm not supposed to close the barrel up first. I'm supposed to slide this into the arm of the rifle first, and then put it in together. Whew, okay. I'm glad none of the joints actually came apart. I don't know why this thing keeps coming out. Let me slot it back in. Okay. Why? What's wrong with this? Again, one of the reasons why, one of the not so great selling points of this kit is that it's a little bit too loose on some of the parts. Maybe I should just remove my gloves altogether and just work on this as it is. Because I don't know how. I don't understand how I'm supposed to fit this in without the joint actually coming out. Oh, right, it's a little bit irritating. Let me see here. That's correct. Oh, I think I might know why this is not going in all the way. It's just by mere centimeters. Okay, maybe I have to force it in like that. There we go. So if I slide it all the way in like that, does it actually... Oh, okay, and then I'm supposed to close it up. Yeah, alright. Okay, so we got a recoil. So we got a rifle that kind of can sort of like have a recoil function down here like that, I see. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. It's kind of like a pump action shotgun, except this is a real gun, obviously. So this one goes here. And the... the scope goes here. I'm just wondering, is there any... Are there any stickers for the... Oh yes, there is a sticker for the scope. Alright, sticker time! The dreaded sticker time. Where is my stickers? Great. I have to find where my stickers are. Yeah, leave them somewhere. Oh, give me a sec, guys. Yeah, there's no. If I can't find the stickers, I might just use my goddamn markers to paint them in instead. Oh, where did the stickers go? Man, this is why it's so important to stay organized when you're building Gunpla. Oh shit, man. Okay, let me give me a real quick quick minute, guys. Alright. Oh, damn. If I can't find stickers, I'm just gonna use my Gunpla markers. Because I remember my stickers were somewhere here. Oh, man. Did I leave them somewhere? Alright, you know what? Goddamn markers it is. Right, I don't have time for this. I believe... Well, I'm sure the stickers are lying somewhere. I just misplaced it somewhere. Alright. It's okay. Let me use... Just nice. Let me test if it works here. Right, fantastic. I might need a smaller... Ooh! Okay. Let me just... dab off some of the excess. I think this is the only sticker bit that I actually have to apply, which is the scope here. Let me show you guys real quick. Alright, there's a little bit of bleeding on the side, so I'm gonna clean that up in just a bit. Yeah, I could... Maybe what I'll do is I'll use the... Yeah, I should probably use Q-tips for this. Let me get a Q-tip and then clean it up real quick. Now that Proof of Hero is playing, what do you think of Gundam Rathalos would look like? It would look like probably look like a Zaku. I think it would look like a Zaku. I mean, it's red, obviously. That's why. And then the no, to be exact, it will look like Char's Zaku. That's what I think it will look like. Yeah. Yeah, I need a Q-tip for this. Give me a sec, guys. I'm back. Oh. Yeah, I would think... I'm back. I would think that the Rathalos will look like Char Aznable's Zaku. If not, it look like Zazabi, I guess? I don't know. Arathian would look like the mass-produced Zaku. Actually, you know what? Come to think of it, I'm thinking like whether or not will someone actually come up with like a collab for Monster Hunter and Gundam together. It's two franchises that are almost worlds apart. Because Bandai kinda owns Gunpla and Gundam. But I guess there is always chance for collaboration, so I guess you could say never say never. Yeah. Okay, I need a little bit of a... Need to dab a little bit here. Actually, no, I should get... Yeah, let me go and moisturize this a bit. Okay. Okay, the reason why I said I have to moisturize that a bit is because I think the Gunpla marker has kind of dried up already. So I gotta use some of this to remove the excess. Hopefully I can. Yeah, it's kind of working. You don't want to remove too much of that though. Yeah, okay, I know there's still a little bit of excess. A little bit of overlap of the colors. But yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Instead of using stickers, I kind of used the green Gunpla markers for this, for the scope instead, as you guys can see. A little bit more shiny than, oh shit, a little bit more shiny than using the stickers itself. So, just a slight bit of detail and a little bit of difference. It's all it takes, all it needs. Maybe I should try using Gunpla markers more often instead of using the stickers itself. Anyway, stickers are just as difficult to slap on than generally more difficult to slap on than using a marker in of itself. Now, how do I attach this? How does this? Oh, I'll literally just slide it in like that. Alright, sure. The railgun recoiling is gonna be pretty interesting. Okay, let's hope I'm not missing any of the parts first before I close this up. Because once we close this up, it's gonna be really difficult to take it apart again. There we go. I kind of feel like coloring this whole thing, you know, in silver, painting this, airbrushing this whole thing in silver. As you can tell, it's like a, actually shouldn't show from this side, right? This is the recoil that you're looking for. Pretty cool, huh? The only thing that this part has a little bit of like a gap. I think it doesn't make it that nice. There's a little bit of discrepancy with this, so I think that's one of the glaring issues here. But no choice, you kind of got to slide this in and out. So H5. Again, I still like the attention to detail on this so-called model kit. Looking spry AF, as you would like to say. H16. Did I take out H16 already? Yeah, I think I did, which is this one. Oh. Okay, I'm losing it, guys. It's 12 AM brain is kicking in. You know what I'm saying? Is it? Does it go in here like that? Yeah, I think it does. Is the handle, this is the grip. H9. F1. H1 and F1. H1 and F1. I can't believe we're actually still dealing with F1, but okay. Talking about the F1 parts, guys, not the F1 race that ended. There we go. Oh. So if I have to slide it all the way through, is that correct? No, but it, this obscures the. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. Wrong side up. Let me try that again. There we go. It's more like it. Okay, we're almost done with the railgun. Wait, we still have to do the mace, if I'm not wrong. The giant mace. Oh no, this one does not have a giant mace. Oh, it's Lupus Rex that has the giant mace. This one does not have a mace at all. Yes. Alright. Confusing up my lore again. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, I still prefer, I think Tidal you mentioned earlier as well, yes, I still prefer the fact that Barbatos comes out with a mace, or utilizes a mace more often than the sword itself. The sword looks sleek and all that and stuff, but yeah. The mace definitely makes it look a little bit more like a what's the word for it? Makes it look more savage. Gives it a little bit more of a savage edge to what it can actually do. Gives it a little bit more of a savage look. But yes, no mace, guys. I'm sorry. Next time round, next one when we do Lupus Rex, we confirm there will confirm be a mace. Yes, I guarantee that. Oh, speaking of which, I am thinking we should take a break from building Gunpla for one stream, so that I can try and rush through and complete, well, firstly, Spider-Man, because Spider-Man 2 is coming out in less than a week's time, or in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks' time, slightly over a week. So I do want to clear up Spider-Man as quickly as possible, and then get Spider-Man 2. Because as you all know, besides the OG Spider-Man series from Marvel, the Marvel Spider-Man, there's Spider-Man Miles Morales as well. So yes, a lot of spider talk to go around. Eh? How does this... Oh. Oh, this is the flat side. Oh, jeez. Ah! Why does this not go in? Correct, right? It's the flat side. Okay. Am I doing this right? Again, second guessing myself. Okay, hold on. I think these gloves are starting to work against me more than they're helping me. Just because of the fact they're so damn loose. Give me a minute to like file this in. There we go. All right. Yeah, you guys heard that snap. That's how it's supposed to. That's how it's supposed to know. That's how you know. That's gone. That's done right. The snap build, as they call it. And that leaves us with H17. Where did my H17 go to? Oh my god, this whole thing is messy AF. First I was trying to look for my stickers and now I'm trying to look for the other H part. Not remotely what you think, guys. There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. There's something missing here. Okay. Am I supposed... Okay, you know what? I better take out these parts first. F1. Oh, still have another F part down here. F132. .32. Okay. And then... Okay. F33. Is this the last F1 part? Yes, I think it might be. Might very well be. Alright. What's the time now? Oh, it's already 12! Shit, okay. It's always the case, right, guys? We talk too long on stream, we shoot the breeze too long, and we completely lose sight of what we're supposed to be finishing up by midnight. But it's all good. We're almost there. We are just left with this rifle bit. Or I should not call it the rifle, the railgun bit. Yeah, I also need to hit the sack real soon. We gotta be up tomorrow! Early tomorrow for gym. To gym, rather. That's right, you guys heard me. Your boy's gonna hit the gym tomorrow morning. Or at least attempt to. Man, every time that soundtrack hits, the battle theme for... Every time that battle theme for 00 hits, I just feel like buying another model, 00 model kit. Hey, how's the gym? Gym's been okay. Only had a chance to go to the gym once this week, which is why I'm trying to go tomorrow morning as well. So I had not had much of a chance to exercise. I was planning to go yesterday, but then yeah, distant walls happened. Wait, okay, I'm trying to see how I can piece this one together. Yep, this looks about right. That's a weird pronunciation of the word church. I will hit the gym first, then I will go church, you know. Yo, Piggly, what's up, man? Yes, I know Chelsea just won 4-1. I was a little bit worried that they would be losing, but hey, you know what? We came back. We came back with an own goal, mind you. I was really hoping Cole Palmer would score. I was telling one of my friends that Cole Palmer would score in this game, and true enough, he did. He's been putting in a lot of good work, and even though he scored. Why do you keep saying I need help, Yoru? Why? Yes, maybe I need some help with my discipline in hitting the gym. Okay, Piggly, I will correct you. I'll correct you on that. It is not 2 wins in a row. It is 3 wins in a row. You're forgetting about the Brighton win. We knocked them out of the Carabao Cup. Yes, but yeah. Nobody cares about that cup, right? Chelsea is no helping them. What do you mean? We just won! We just won 4-1. Go check the score sheet, man. As you can tell, I'm suddenly in very high spirits. You only care about the league? Cup doesn't care about us either. No, but if you want to talk about in all competitions, right? You have to look at all competitions. It is 3 games on the bounce. So you're saying you don't care about Champions League, ah? Of course you don't care, because Liverpool is not inside, right? Ah! That's a little bit of banter for you. Oh wait, that means you also don't care about UEL. Oh, friendly banter anyway. But, okay, I understand that Liverpool are asking for a... what are they doing? They're asking for a replay of the Tottenham match, right? And, man, oh man, I think I'm with you on this one. I think they deserve a replay of that match. It's gonna be very hard to get that done though, because it's gonna set a precedent if it does happen. That means any match that is refereed wrongly can be put to a replay. Also, guys, check this out. The railgun, baby, let's go. Alright, let me see how does this. The railgun. Shit, how do I yank it out again? There we go. That's a long ass railgun right here they gave. Look at that. So you can literally mimic the firing, like the recoil, the so-called recoil action of this of the weapon in the anime itself. Look at that shit. Okay, I don't know. Is it? Do they fire it like recoil like that? I don't know. I can't remember. But this is really cool. Man, oh man. Okay. Yeah, we should sort this out real quick. Right, instead of like wasting too much time oogling at how cool this looks. Wait, how do I slap this on then? This part. Okay, it's on this side. Okay. This is the I don't know what they call this. This is not the iron sight. Is this iron sight? This thing right at the bottom, I don't know. It's definitely it's not a secondary weapon per se. Man United score 2 late goals to beat Brentford 2-1. Oh, but not allowed. When did Burnley win the game? Burnley recently beat Luton. If I remember correctly. They beat Luton last weekend, if I'm not wrong. Yes. Yes, I saw. I didn't watch that game. Yeah, come on lah. Beating Luton is low-hanging fruit. Something which Everton can't even do. Laughs in Merseyside. Luton Stadium is what? No. Doesn't matter whether they are stadium in maintenance or not. Right? If they play at home, they are expected to win, you know. Play at home, so to speak. You know. Just excuses. So actually wait, Manchester United actually played just now also. Did they play they played early on as well? And they beat Brentford 2-1. Well, I'm happy for them. It's not easy being a Man U fan. as of late. Like, people tell me that it's tough being a Chelsea fan. Yeah. I don't think it's as tough as being a Manchester United fan. And my condolences to any of you who are Man U fans here. But you guys will get a chance to experience what it was like to be Chelsea last season now. So congratulations. Anyway, all friendly banter, guys. Alright. Our late game winner. I tell you, if they lose any more of these games, right, yeah, Ten Hag's gonna be out the door very, very soon. Well, actually, it's not Ten Hag that's the issue, right? It's the players in general. The players are giving him... It's problematic, all these players. Whatever happened to the good old players of yesterday? Whatever happened to people like Wayne Rooney, Van Nistelrooy? What happened to all these guys, huh? H7, okay, wait. Thank God I'm fly. Thank God I'm fly. Yeah. Okay. The last shell bit. Well, actually not the last one. Man. Oh, crap. Okay, you know what? I am going to have to remove the gloves for this one. Gloves are off now. Because this shell bit is a little bit too small. Wait, how do I slot it in, man? Crap. Alright, if you guys are looking at this rod below here, right, it's literally like needle thin, so it was a little bit difficult to slot it right through like that. But okay, we got some pump action going on here, guys, as you can see. It's a little bit stiff on the pump action, as you can tell. Okay, let me just like soften it a bit, or make it loose, like condition it a bit, as they say, right? Pump action and then a little bit of pump action here. That's actually really cool. They went to Manchester United retirement home. Hey! Real Madrid is not a retirement home. Let me tell you what's a retirement home. Freaking MLS. That's the real retirement home. 1930 and 97, Man U score late time stoppage by McTominay, of course. Who else, right? He's probably their most reliable player still to date. Well, I'm happy for them. Wait, does that mean that... Let me look at the table real quick. Oh, damn. Okay, Chelsea have not exactly overtaken Manchester United. We are so close in overtaking them though. So close. We just need to win one more game. And we need Man U to lose the next one. Yeah, okay. I really don't understand why Maguire is still in the first 11. It is a question not for me, but for Ten Hag. I don't know why he still play Maguire. He still thinks he's super reliable, and okay lah, I can't fault him for that. You know, I mean, you want to think that Maguire is like the best, then sure. Oh, this is what the extension is for. All right, there we go, guys. All right, it's literally for you to fold up the barrel. This is actually a pretty nifty device. Yeah, it's pretty nifty. Like, you can just slide it out and... okay, I thought it's for literally like the recoil of this, but it's actually not. This is the pump action that's supposed to happen right there. Ah, okay. So you can literally like extend this and fold it up and then slot it right at the back, which I believe is supposed to be here. Yeah, it's supposed to be this side. Oh, jeez. You know, I think every time I attach a part to the backpack, I literally have to pull out the whole damn thing, which is not ideal. This part is really stiff though. I literally have to detach the whole backpack. You know, I get this out. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna slot the gun right at the back, actually. Yeah, why is this part so stiff? My god. Okay, but then again, it's meant to hold up the weapon, I guess. Jeez. Ugh. Yeah, I think I shall just put the I'll just attach the weapons to the backpack first, then onto the gunpla itself. Oh, hello, Kerms! Thank you for the Heal Hydrate. Welcome in. Take your time. Take your time. Yes, please go and greet your parents first. 要孝顺啊。I'm not the priority, okay? But I hope your Saturday is good. Or at least has come along well. Thanks for the Heal Hydrate, by the way. Why is this part so stiff? There we go. Oh man, thank goodness there's a lot of like articulation in this backpack here, as you can see. Which helps a lot, I guess. Yeah. Okay, now I can at least attach the... Oh, shit. There we go. It's gonna come out sooner or later. Is this why the part keeps coming out? Oh, because it's... Alright. Hold on. Alamak. thing can't. You know, I'm so done with this. Wait. Okay, now I have to slide this back in first. Reattach this and slide it out. Yeah. There we go. Right, fantastic. Woo! Alright, just attaching all this nonsense is a bit cray-cray. But I think from here it's pretty straightforward. Let me see. Which way up is it? This way? Ah. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna pose this with the gun, with the rifle. I think it doesn't look as good. I think it looks better on the back, you know. There we go. Ugh. And of course, the pauldron drops right off. Right. See, you fix one, another one flies out. One step forward, two steps back. Okay, but okay, can. Not an issue. Alright. Got the railgun attached right at the back. Pretty cool stuff. There we go. And actually, that's pretty much it. Now all I need to do is just to guys, I want to take a vote. I want to get a vote for you guys. We are actually pretty much done with this gunpla already. Alright? I have just one question to ask you guys. Which weapon would you rather see it posed with? Would you want him to be posed with the railgun? Or with the sword itself, with the saber itself? Let me know, guys. I know most of the time he's seen with the saber, which looks really neat. But of course, there were a few times he did utilize this. If it's IBO, it's gotta be melee. Okay, melee it is then. Melee it is. Oh, Maguire got an assist to McTominay. Well, that's why this Ten Hag plays him. Right? Can you can't fault him for that? Okay, I probably should put on my gloves again before I stain this. Give me like boom boom boom, give me like boom boom boom. Alright, so it's gotta be melee, right? Okay, let's do melee. Let me just... You sit tight, buddy. Let me slap this back on. Actually, you know what? Screw it. The gloves are off. I'm done. Alright, that does it for the... Man, my hands are sweaty. Okay. Okay, I shouldn't lie it down like that because it's gonna cause a whole lot of problems. Okay, so for the melee, melee, however you want to call it. How do they pose it, the melee? Ah. Okay, so there's the two-part hand weapon. Let's have a poll on it. Oh yeah, sure, yes. Hit up that poll, guys. Let me know. Okay, so which one do you want Barbie to be posed with, right? Do you want absolute close quarter violence, or do you want it long range? Okay, then again, we can still have a little bit of both because this actually does double up as a shoulder cannon. Let's see how. Wait, how do I pose the shoulder cannon? Let me. So. Oh, come on. This thing refuses to listen to me. Let's see, how does that? Oh, it's not supposed to. It's supposed to flip upside down. So kind of like... Okay, I'm supposed to flip it up. And... Oh, okay, and it's supposed to go down this way like that. Right. Jeez. If there's even enough real estate for that. Oh, okay. I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but you kind of have like this side arm down here, so to speak, as you can see. Oh, but looks like melee has won. Okay, we can have a little bit of both. We can have a little bit of both, depending on how we want to handle this. Let's see if I can make this. Man, the hip areas are a little bit stiff, kind of like my hip flexors. I was the only one who voted. Yeah, it's all good. The rest are probably busy. Let's see. Like everyone's like gaming and stuff right now. Do I flip it like that? Oh, yeah, actually I can. Right. Actually, he can grip the rifle in one arm. I hope I don't spoil it. Jeez, this is dangerous. Okay, I must tell you guys how ingenious this mechanism is, because you literally just need to flip this out, right? Like that. Okay, let me slide it back a little bit more. You literally just need to flip this out like that, alright? And slide it back in. And it becomes like an instant like hip fire down here, which is freaking ingenious. I love that's the best part of this that's the best part about this Gunpla that I like. Right there. So you actually can have both like the sidearm and the melee weapon all in one. Now I just need to find the hand for it. The hands for it. It's really ingenious stuff there. Okay, and once that is complete, we can pretty much call it a day. Where's the hand effect parts? Alright, let me find it here. Oh, it's all here. There we go. I just need the one where he is firing the weapon, so... This is the right hand, right? So yes, right hand. I probably should just snip out all the parts. All the different hand positions, rather. Okay. Alright, this out you come. Okay, I gotta be smart with this. Yeah, I gotta be smart around this. Let me try. I wish this one had like posable like fingers. Unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it. So this one should go right around the Let me see how does this actually figure in. Okay, can. So this one should wrap around the this weapon here. The fist one, we can set it one side. Oh, and there's this one. Okay, if I remember correctly, this goes to the back area of the Gundam. Okay, just a little bit more, guys, and we'll be more or less done. Now it's just thinking about how we can pose this thing. So there's a few more parts just to set this up. Is this right or? Uh-oh. Could I have put this wrong? Okay, give me a sec. This thing just refuses to go in for whatever reason. Okay, let's try to... Why does this not fit? I don't understand. Okay, I'm trying to get this to go in. Unless I am not... It did not clip off some of the parts here. Alright, okay, now it... Okay, hold on. Let me reference one of these. Yeah, it's correct. I'm just not sure why it's not cooperating. Why does it not... Why is it refusing to just pop right in here? Am I missing something? Let me have a look. Okay, you know what? Time to trial and error this shit. I think H29? Correct, yeah? H29, H30. Page 37. Page 37. Okay, so it's not just any part that can go right in there. There's like a specific part that you have to use for this set of hands, I think. So only then this one goes in. Aha! Okay, there we go. Right. That's how we figure it out. Trial and error, guys. And that leaves us with this, the backhand areas. By the way, do you guys think I should panel line this? Anybody out there think I should like try and panel line this? I think it looks fine as it is. Maybe some parts do require some panel lining, like some of the grooves here. But I think overall there isn't really much need to panel line. Is there an extra part that I need to... Ah, okay. Okay. Oh wait, that leaves this part as well. It's either 39. It's 39. Okay. Shit. This is the, I remember this one of the tougher parts to put in. There we go. That snap. Snap is always a confirmation that something actually fits, I think in general. And with that, I can slap this on here. Man, okay, I think it's gonna be a problem detaching this weapon from Barbatos moving forward. Because this is a snap built grip. Oof, okay, well, hope this sits in there correctly, sort of. I think it, does it fit? Okay, good. It does kind of, sort of fit. I just don't want to snap off the backpack by accident. Now to try and get this over to this side. Yeah, this feels a bit like rocket science. And the parts are dropping out. Fantastic. Jeez Louise. Okay, wait. Okay. Sorry guys, give me a sec. I know some of you are in chat like wondering what the hell is this guy trying to attempt. As you can see, some of the parts are a little bit how would I say, a little bit stiff. So I'm trying to get it to connect. Oh, jeez. Okay, you know what? Yeah, everything is just coming out at this point. think I need to flip this out and in. There we go. I just need you to push this in. Sort of. There we go. I think it's in. Sort of. It almost feels like I'm doing surgery here. Right. I just do not want to break any of the parts here, guys. Yeah, this part is a little bit iffy. There we go. How did they manage to pose it in the book so easily? Like, I don't think that it was this easy to pose. Alright. Look at the number of parts that fell out just because of that. Hey Samosa, yo, what's up, man? How's your Saturday? Did you go to the buffet at Beach Road Kitchen that has like all the cuisines? Beach Road, yes. Are you talking about the JW Marriott one? Yes, I totally did. Were you there recently? Oh shit, this thing is out again. Swear to God. Can't catch a break, huh, you? Alright, again, one of my biggest complaints about this is how loose the some of these parts are now. This one's coming out again. I think I might have to use cement on some of this. Jeez. You know, maybe I should have just... You know what? Maybe I should have just left the weapon on the backpack. Attached to the backpack, you know. I was getting a little bit too over-ambitious here. Now I have an issue where I can't slide this back in. Bruh. Yeah. You're just gonna see more parts flying out, guys. It's not the best. I think I owe it to my really fat fingers as well, guys. Jeez. There we go. Yeah, whew, okay. Imagine I still did this with my gloves on, it would have been chaotic. Alright, let's let this on. Alright. I was looking at the beginning of the stream. I saw a reel on my Instagram Explore page about the buffet, then realized the account that posted the reel. Oh, you you saw my wife's account. Is that what you're trying to say, Samosa? Alright. Well, save for all the pauldrons, everything else is like has been detached. Well, okay. Everything else is still intact, rather. Save for the pauldrons. Okay, maybe I will not reattach the pauldrons, but at least we got the at least we got the railgun to be functional. How was the food? It was okay. I dare say it's one of the best buffets that I've come across. Yes. I dare say it's one of the best buffets I've come across. That's what I came out saying to my wife, and that's what she said to me as well. It's like, yeah, this has to be one of the oh shit. This has to be one of the best buffets that she has tasted. I think what really stood out for us was the seafood. The seafood was top notch. Now, what the heck just came out? Oh, right. It's the wrist. One step forward, two steps back. That's the name of the game here, guys. I might just give up on guys. I might just give up on, you know, doing the blade or getting him to hold the blade at this point. I know you guys voted, or at least Sam Yap voted for me to do melee, to use melee for this. Oh jeez. But thanks to my fat fingers, I'm having a little bit of an issue. Oh, I realized the back area also came out. Ah, fantastic. Great, just great. Okay, just give me a quick minute. Sort this out. There we go. Let's stabilize it a bit. How much did I manage to eat? Okay, I ate pretty much everything. The seafood in general is the one that you should try. So the lobsters are good. What did I had? I had the crab. Was it Alaskan crab? I can't remember. Okay, I don't think it's Alaskan crab, but it was crab. It was really good crab. The oysters were good. What else? The pizza. I love the pizza. Their pizza is stone. They use the stone oven for the pizza. Yes, I think that's one of the standout things that they had. I swear, this is Yes. What else stood out to me? The pasta was great. The self-serve pasta station. So you can pretty much add whatever condiments you want and choose what kind of pasta you want to get for that. Oh, this one is really... Okay, you know what? I don't think this one can go back in like that. It's a bit hard. Especially if I'm going to... Can I... Why just go back in? Why won't you go back in, bro? You know what they say about insanity, right, guys? Alright. Stay! Oh my god, it's about to pop out again. Why can't I just like there we go. Like straighten the arm just a little bit. That's all I'm asking from you. Just straighten out a bit. Yeah, I think this is one of the not so good bits about this Gunpla. A little bit of the articulation's a little bit limited, especially when you have a okay. Especially when you have a weapon that's attached to the back here like that. Okay, I think we made good. I think we made good with what we have here. We're doing good with what we have here. That leaves us with the... Right, steady. Okay. That leaves us with the blade, which yeah, it goes onto the left hand. I think we'll just attach it to the left hand. But then again, it doesn't make sense, right? How was the concert? It was great. I was just telling Chad earlier on that I had goosebumps from start to finish at the concert. Mainly because they played a lot of FF8, FF7, FF8, FF10, and FF6 songs. But it was mostly dominated also by FF14 songs, which I don't care much for because I don't play it. I know a lot of people are gonna hate me for saying that, but I did not touch FF4. Sorry, not FF4. FF14. There was a lot of FF14 songs because majority of the crowd there was they kind of only know FF14, so to speak. But I ain't judging them. I mean, the concert is for everyone, whether you are a fan of just FF14 or, you know, anything else. But yeah, Samosa, thanks for so-called giving up the tickets. It was really how do I say? It was really worth rushing down for, I would say. Yeah. Yes, the tickets did sell out on the first day. And like I said, I think I mentioned this to Mark, the guy who gave me the tickets. Is like, I'm not that much of an FF fan that I would actually buy it on the first day. And usually I would just wait. If let's say there are sales and stuff, then I'll probably get it. Yes. Yeah, and thankfully the ticket did not go to waste. So I'm just grateful for that. I think what made it even more special is that this concert only happens, I think, once every 3 to 5 years when and if they do come to Singapore. I don't think they come every single year. So that was pretty cool to have that experience, the once in a lifetime. I won't say once in a lifetime. I don't know if I'll go back for another. Maybe after I play the next Final Fantasy, which is 16, then I'll probably go and watch it if I do ever get down to playing it. Okay, wait. Where is the grip for the blade? Oh yes. Okay, there is indeed a grip for the blade. Yeah. Okay. Can. Let me just. I think this is the grip for the blade. All right. Left hand, right hand. I'm trying to figure out which is left side, right side. Okay. Alright, the last bit, guys. Once this is done, we are pretty much home free with the Barbie. Okay, and then I need to... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna try an error with this thing. No, there's another part that needs to go over this. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Are you telling me I need to detach this? Yeah, I think I might have to. No, actually you don't need. Unless you're telling me this is the wrong bit. There we go. Okay. Ah, yes. So the blade is supposed to go in here. Alright, I think we're gonna get dual wielding Barbie. How does the blade slide in? Dual wielding Barbie. Wait, hold on. Let me just. This is it. There we go. It's a very violent Barbie, right? It's not the ones that the Barbie that you guys are very acquainted with, guys. Come on. Okay, why does this not fit in? It does. Okay. Ah! Son of a bitch. Son of a... I just need you to stick right in. Just a little bit more. Bro. Okay, you know what? Maybe it'd be a bad idea if I just lay it down and... Yes. Slap it in like that. For some reason, I kind of feel this does not fit all of a sudden. Ah! Son of a gun. Oh, give me a sec. Oh, you're not really into FF anyway. I mean... Okay, so what I would say about the concert is... I mean, sorry guys if this is taking too long, but... What I would say about the concert is... Even if you're not an FF fan, it's worth checking out at least once. Because it's orchestra music, and generally, orchestra music, it's very hard to go wrong. So even if you're not like into the soundtracks, you don't really know. I mean, it does give a whole new meaning if you understand why the songs are playing as such. There's a lot of tributes. There's a lot of homages being paid throughout the entire concert. But yeah, generally... Okay, so I don't know if you know who Wendy is. There was a lady by the name of Wendy who was there, and she has never played any of the FFs before either. So we had to kind of like educate her, so to speak, for each of the songs. But she still felt that, but she was still very much blown away by the music. And after the whole concert ended, she was like, heck, I'm freaking going back to like get my hands on some FF, man. Obviously, I told her the correct answer is to play FF6 first because that's the best Final Fantasy. Alright, a lot of people say, yeah, freaking FF7 is the best. Nah, FF6 is the best, hands down. Which I should probably try playing that on stream. I should probably try streaming that. Really? Okay, let me look at the... Okay, I'm not getting this. I don't know why. 26 and... It's telling me to detach this. And, oh! That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. You know what? Actually, it's still better to just yank this whole thing out. Slot it right in here. Man, they make it look like it's so damn easy, right, to slot this in. Can I even, like... Okay. Let me just... Okay, it works, but... I have to grip it at the right angle. Okay. Okay. Oh. I just need the fist to close up. It's just refusing to do that. Oh man. Yuna is best girl. Yuna is... Wait, Yuna from 10? I thought Riku is best girl. Have a good night, Simon. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest. And if you're working tomorrow, all the best with your work. I don't know why this just refuses. This hand just refuses to grip. The sword. This is the correct hand point for the sword, which again I don't know why. We may have to just resort to just handling the weapon. Or rather just get Barbatos to handle the long-range weapon that he has here. Okay, please stick. Please stick. No, why? Why are you refusing to hold a weapon in the right spot? Somehow I feel this is not the right grip. Shit, man. Okay, then again, this is the left hand. Yeah, Yuna stan? Right. Okay, Yuna is a great Okay, Yuna's backstory in X was great. Can't say the same for X2. She kind of fell off in X2, I think generally because of the writing. Yeah. Yeah, X2 in general suffered quite a bit because of the writing in general. I don't know if you played X2, but I didn't really like X2. X was great though. X was great, but X2 not so much. The ending did kind of make up for it, in my opinion. Yeah, I know they're just pushing up popularity. But yeah, I think I couldn't get with X. Also X2 for whatever reason. I just felt it was it just felt very forced. Yeah. Actually, we might have to resort to... It looks like only the left... No, can't be. If the right hand can handle the sword, I don't think... Well, we should be able to handle the sword in the left hand. If the right hand can handle the sword, the left hand surely can handle the. Okay, so it tells us. All right, let's follow the instructions. Right, it tells us you can grip the sword this way. You're supposed to place the sword in the hand like that, ish. And then from there, attach it right to the joint. But for some reason it does not. It's jammed up. Huh. Alright. How long have we been on this, man? From strong woman to pygmy girl. Not the Yuna you envision, right? Yeah. But like I said, at least, right, they made up for it with the ending. So it kind of gave her the option of like seeing Tidus again, as opposed to not seeing him again, right? I think you have two options to choose whether or not to see Tidus again, and the other option whether or not to not see him again. Of course, the true ending is she gets to see him again. Alright. I hope this is it. But yeah, other than that, the whole game itself was kind of mid. I swear, why does this not work? I think something is blocking it from... Yeah. I think this might not be the right grip for it. This looks like it's not the right grip. You know what, guys? We were supposed to be done with this like an hour ago. we're still here trying to figure things out. But it's always the case with Gunpla, right, guys? Okay, I need to find a grip which does not obstruct the does not obstruct the sword from going in. And for some reason, all these grips here seem to kind of obstruct the grips in a way. That means I'm not using the right one. You know, I'll just take all of it out. Trial and error the damn thing. I'm sure the instructions are somewhere at the back. But time's a wasting. Oh, this might be the correct one. Let me try. But yeah, how do we even end up on the topic of? There we go. How do we even end up on the topic of FF10 again? Oh right, yes, the concert. Yeah. Oh, you have loved the concert, honey. I think they played. Oh, now Tumbali shit. They played 2 songs from FF10. I think Zanarkland and Suteki Dane. Correct. The best, 2 of the best songs from FF10, by the way. And in case you don't know why FF10 holds such a deep memory in my heart, is mainly because when I was in poly, I played a lot of FF10, if I remember correctly. Mainly because of my friends. Well, at that time I didn't have a console, right? So I would go over to... Was it poly? No. I played it during secondary school. I didn't own a console per se at that time. So because my parents refused to buy me one. So I actually had to go over to my friend's place to actually play FF10. And that's how I remember it so vividly. It was one of the few times where I get to play video games when I was younger, because as a kid my parents were like big on making sure that I did not play video games at all. Well, they did let me play a little here and there, but in general they were quite against it. And most of the video games I played back then were on the PC. Games like Counter-Strike, Gunbound, Neopets, RO, Ragnarok Online, and of course MapleStory. Everybody remembers that. So FF10 was the first game that I actually saw or got my hands on during the PlayStation 2 era. Yes, I know it's very far down the line. But yeah. FF10 was the first game that I actually tried my hands. Like, I literally got on the PS2 to play for the first time. And the first game I played was, FF10, thanks to my friend. Yeah. So I absolutely love the game. The story is very well written also. A lot of time traveling shenanigans and whatnot, I know, but I think that's what makes it so enduring lah. Yeah, that's what makes it so enduring, to be honest. Alright, this one can toss it one side. That leaves us with the last part, which is the join bit. Okay, we're almost done. Like, I promise you guys, we are almost done, okay? I know I've said it like an hour ago, but I'm going to try and like get this last bit in, and then we are home free. To be honest, I only played FFX recently, but I remember Yuna's Floral Dress Sphere when I was in kindergarten. I remember it till now. Yeah, the Dress Sphere. Not only the Dress Sphere, so I found the game and bought it to finally play it proper. I just love the concepts of the game. Life and Death and the Birth of Sin, yes. I didn't really follow... Okay, so I probably should replay it because as a young teenage dude, alright, I didn't really catch the storyline per se about this whole life and death stuff. What I did really like was the whole romance thing between, you know, Titus and Yuna. You know, yeah, it's really just a romance story. And I know this is, it sounds very weird coming from a guy, but I was a teenager back then, you know, bubbling hormones and stuff. And I thought, damn, okay, this is a great love story. I mean, FF8 and FF7 in a way had some great love stories intertwined. I think the most obvious one is 8 lah, being the most obvious one, being having like a love story in between. Yes. All right. And that's it. Talking about love story, we are done with this one. We're done with this love story. Just need to slap on the pauldrons again. Hopefully I don't mess it up. Oh, see? 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Always the damn case. Okay, this is gonna look like a cluster F of parts, but I think it's meant to be that way. Right, I just don't want to get stabbed by the Barbatos's own sword. You know what I'm saying, guys? Okay, very nice. I think we are done. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't think this is the right way to pose it per se. I'm gonna find a way to pose it in a very nice manner. Just give me a sec there. And hopefully the parts do not... The pauldron does not come out. Ugh. I think there's one thing okay, I think I have one more gripe about this is how stiff some of the posing can be here. As you can see, I literally have to use all my might to pose this, or to turn it on its turn the arms up on its head and stuff. Okay, but let me just... The articulation is fantastic, but the posing is a little bit stiff. I'll have to say, it's a little bit stiff, especially the hip joints. Kind of problematic, not gonna lie. And then now, the knees are buckling a bit, as I showed you guys at the start of the stream. So this kind of not cool. Okay, I think this is the best I can do already. You guys can't really see it from here, but I'll show you guys what I mean when I switch the camera. Oh my god. Oh, stand up right. Stand up right. Come on. Stand up right. How high can I pose the arms? Yeah. Oh man, why does this song have to come on now? Freaking Valhazard. Okay. Alright, it's good, it's good. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Let me clear this out. And I can show you the beauty. There is the completed Barbie action figure by Bandai. So far you only played FF1, 2, and X. Oh man. Okay, Tactics Advance is, I heard is good. I have not played Tactics Advance myself. I don't want to play all the FFs, it's just that it's too time consuming, yes. Okay, I would recommend, there are few Final Fantasies that you can actually skip. Of course, 1 is the first one in the entire series, right? So I think you can, if you have the time, you can avail. If you have time to avail, you can play that one. Else, you can just jump straight to 4. The beauty about Final Fantasy is that all the stories are not really interconnected. They're all separate universes. So you can just hop into any of the Final Fantasies and, you know, you're good to go, right? You don't have to know much and you can just jump right in, right? So I would recommend FF4. FF6 is really good. What's that? FF7, FF8, and FF10, yes. What happened to the category? What happened to the category? Was there no category? Oh, shit. You mean we were on Makers and Crafting? Why did nobody tell me this? Why did nobody tell me I was not on Makers and Crafting? Oh my god. I thought you wanted this. Oh my god. No, I did not. I did not intend that. Alright guys, you gotta let me know if I'm screwing things up. Oh, guys, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me I was not on Makers and Crafting? Where are my mods when I need them? Anyway, I'm done already lah. It's too late. I swear. It's all good, it's all good. Maybe I should just not have a category at all. You know, doesn't matter what. If nobody is gonna tell me anyway. Alright, but we're done with Barbie. Now end of stream, then you all tell me. Alamak. It's too late lah. I will slowly slip into Final Fantasy because I was going to play all the FE games. Too many in too little time. Okay, maybe you can jump into 7. Alright, I mean just for the sake of Rebirth that's coming out soon. You can jump into 7, then you can jump into 7 Remake, I guess. Oh, but then 7 also has like a few... They have Crisis Core as well. They have the side stories and stuff, so I don't know, man. But take your time, okay? Just play whatever or whichever of the FFs you want to try your hand at. I would recommend 6 because 6 is really, really good. Yeah. I'm just waiting for FF16 PC version. I'm waiting for sale. That's all I'll say. I'm just waiting for sale. Guys, you never tell me, especially my mods, eh? What are y'all doing? You never tell me I didn't have a category. Oh my god. Alright. It's okay. It's too late. Wow, blame shifting, yeah. Yes, blame shifting. I am blame shifting. There's like a few of you here and nobody told me that the category was missing, only like at the end. Anyway, it's all good. I'll just show you guys the final product and then I'm out of here. Table side. There we go. Right. This is what we have so far. I don't think I'm doing it any justice by posing it here. Let's see. What is this? Okay, my fault, my fault. Okay, my fault. It is what it is. Looks like he's using sword to block bullets and hugging a gun. It is, I guess. I guess that's what I'm trying to pose with it. Okay, the problem is, as you can see, it's going all JoJo because of the it's going all JoJo because of the knees, right? It's literally weak in the knees at the moment. Alright. So if you guys are wondering why I was having so much problem posing, it's literally because of the knees, guys. So I can't bend the knees too much because it's gonna do the whole JoJo pose on the thing. But yeah, I think from this angle doesn't really do it justice. It's back pain, yeah, pretty much. Let's see. Can I like? Yeah, this angle really cannot lah. How about if I switch it to my default? Okay, maybe I show you guys here. That's pretty much it. And I'm just gonna keep it like that, I guess. I can't really do a proper posing for it, like I said, because of the knees. Let me try again. Yeah, maybe from here. There we go. I just don't want the knees to like give way halfway. Is it okay? Is it all good? Yeah, I think it's much better. If I could only elevate it higher up. There we go. You know, one thing about my setup is that, right? The camera for my main 360 camera is a little bit too high. So most of the time I need to literally like raise it up a bit if I was to like, or maybe tilt it a little bit like that. So if I tilt it like that, there we go. It looks a lot better already. Now his knees weak. Yeah, okay, so I don't know what happened to the knees. I think it just kind of gave out like halfway through. So rip. Yeah, I don't know, man, but there we go, guys. Gundam Barbie is done. We can call it another night on this chapter of Gunpla streams. And of course, that means we're going to move on to another one very, very soon, alright? So, I hope you guys enjoyed this build. I absolutely enjoyed this build. So, man, it just took way too long to post this, I swear. Alright? I wish that the parts weren't as loose. And I think that's what my biggest gripe about this. The parts being really, really loose for this particular Gunpla, right? But that's it. All the parts look very premium. $200 for this actually is not too bad, to be honest. So yeah, in case you guys don't know, I got this like for what? I got this at a discount of I got it at a discount of 200-ish. Because multiple times Archer complaining about build. No, okay, so I don't have issues with the build per se. Like I said, it's just the parts being very loose. Other than that, like the parts that are being used are very premium. You can tell just from the look of it and how glossy and how shiny some of these looks like, the main parts. Of course, the white parts as well look pretty nice. Mainly because, like, if you look at the pauldrons, right? I'm very scared to hold this up. If you look at the pauldrons, they have like this pearl gloss finish to it, which makes it look really nice. Right. Then again, right, I would not recommend you guys getting, you know, those kind of like metallic gloss builds, because the moment you do cutting for them, right, the moment you cut the runners from them and stuff, they usually leave a little bit of that black residue behind for the nut marks. So not the most ideal, but the way they built this, all right, Barbatos, all right, the way they attached it to the runners is such that when you clip off those runners and they clip off the nut marks, they're usually behind or underneath the the piece itself, the parts itself, right? So it doesn't really make it very obvious, and usually they are hidden up. So kudos to Bandai for doing that. All right, I'm losing my train of thought here because it's really late. But overall, I would rate this a very, very good Gunpla piece. I would say I would give it like an 8.5 out of 10. Other than the loose parts and yeah, the knees getting weak at the end. Also, how stiff some of the posing is. I think that's a little bit of an issue. But overall, in terms of the detail fidelity, if you look very closely, it very much resembles, all right, a Gundam Barbatos itself, right, from the comics. Yeah. Alright, it's not about the comics, the manga. Alright, not the manga, the anime. Yeah, I'm screwing it up. Okay, anyway. There we go. High resolution model Barbatos. I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think I should panel line this guy? Or should I leave it as it is? Leave it like in the vanilla build? Because as far as I can tell, even for the I mean, even from the packaging itself, they did not exactly panel line the thing. Yeah, like I don't know if you guys can see this. They didn't exactly panel line the stuff. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, and that's a sign that we have to close shop because my light just ran out of battery. Okay, today's stream a little bit chaotic. I think I did not set it up like quickly or in time because, like I said, I literally rushed back from my dinner to get this stream started. So things like the categories, things like the what you call it, things like the redeems. Well, the redeems kind of work. Except right now, I don't know why the interactive border is kind of like missing. There we go. All right. So it's supposed to be like that, right? But obviously I did not set it up properly all the way at today's stream. Yeah. So there's new redeems for you guys to play around and mess around with the border and stuff. But I'll set this up properly the next stream. Okay. But what you gotta do, right? Adult responsibilities and stuff. But there we go, guys. Gundam high resolution model Barbatos. Hope you guys enjoyed watching me build this as much as I did. Again, 8.5 out of 10 for this build. I would say it's not too bad. Pretty good stuff. Right. But that's it. It's time to call it a night, guys. Again, guys, thank you so much for staying up with me. It's really, really late. And I know that means a lot of you might have already gone to bed, but if you have gone to bed, or if you're lurking, I appreciate it nonetheless. The question now remains whether or not I should build an MG next, or should I build the FM Barbatos next? Okay, so I think I mentioned it in my previous stream. Hey, No Killer, welcome in. Once you go PG, you won't go MG. Man, okay, I think I mentioned at the start of the stream, right? Like, PG is not an issue about money. It's more so an issue of whether or not I got enough time to build or not, right? Same for the P Bandai. Same for any kits, except for HG, right? HG kits generally more straightforward and easy to build. Man, I don't know if I can deal with PG on the stream to begin with. Let me grab some water first. I hope your Saturday was good, No Killer. Welcome back. Do you see my Barbatos? Let me show you guys again. Just for No Killer's sake. There we go. So just finish this, and I think I'm gonna keep it like that. Maybe I'll just pose it a little bit better once I put it on the shelf, but I'll consider this done. Also, I'm very proud of the fact that I actually did not use stickers for the scope. If you can see the scope down here, let me zoom in. If you can see the scope on the weapon, yeah, that's not sticker. I actually used a Gundam marker to apply the green to it. Oh shit! All right. In case you guys wondering what happened, that's my light dropping down. Give me a sec. Oh, things that go bump at the night. Okay. But yeah, like I said, very proud of the scope. Me coloring it just green with the the Gundam markers, right? Great stuff, right? Anyway, the reason why I did that is because I could not find the stickers at all, but I guess it was a good decision overall for that. But yeah, that's it. That's it, guys. We're calling it a night. And we're calling it a night for one more backlog down the not down the drain, but one backlog that's totally completed as well. Dexifer, thanks for the heal hydrate, but I already hydrated earlier. I literally have to go around because Barbatos is like in my way. But yes, there's one more backlog done. One more backlog done, and I am quite pleased with this. This is not the best build I've done on stream, in my opinion. The best one I think I've done so far is either a toss up with the Wing Gundam or the Phoenix Gundam that I did the last time around, which you guys can see there. So those are the two of my favorite builds so far. This one comes pretty close, I would say. How should I put it? It definitely looks, the end product definitely looks really, really fantastic. Again, you know, table side, right? The end product looks really, really fantastic. I won't deny that. But oh my god, I think the posing itself needs a lot more work. And if I were to give Bandai any feedback, please do not make your parts so stiff, Ken. Like, all the other joint parts of this Gunpla, very stiff and stuff. But then the knees, like, macam like can do JoJo pose like that, right? You guys saw it literally falling back and forth throughout the entire stream. Okay, but in any case, I'm glad it's finally done. I don't have to worry about this backlog anymore. It's gonna stand right next to my... Maybe I should end the stream with this. I think I showed chat earlier on that literally you can put this pet, you can give this Zoid as a pet for it. Right. Why are y'all asking me to why are y'all waiting for stream to start? Why are y'all doing that toasty thing? It literally has a pet, right? Like a accompaniment right there. So, like, this is just pure coincidence, by the way, guys. Pure coincidence. Right, so maybe this is a great way to end off the stream. Actually, I'm a little bit sad that I did not change the category earlier on. Because in terms of discoverability, we might have fallen a bit behind on the last 4 hours. But shit happens. Anyway, again, I consider this a pretty successful model kit. I'm just deciding whether or not I should do panel lighting for it. Right. Either way, thanks for staying up with me, guys. I am gonna send you guys off to a raid because oh man, it's really late. I am at the moment I said I will send you all off to a raid, Mizu, you chose to come in, bro. Hello everyone. Hi. Yes. Thank you so much for the raid, Mizuhio. What were you streaming? Oh, you were playing Valorant. What's up, man? Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I cannot see what the heck who followed me. Thank you for the follow. I'm a Shrock. What a name. I'm a Shrock.
Nice.
Sniffing tacos. What a name. Thank you so much for the follow as well. How was your Valorant? Hey, Mizu, are you gonna be playing CS2 or are you still sticking to Valo? Because I know CS2 just came out, right? I might play it next week. And hello everyone from Mizu Stream, welcome in. My name is Tovakin, lecturer by day, streamer by night. I generally build Gunplas on the weekends. And weekdays is where I am playing all sorts of games. I would like to say I generally play a lot of RPG. But I've been trying to diversify a bit. Actually, I generally just diversify. But if you like both things, welcome in. You're in the right place at the right time. Well, not really the right time because I was about to send my community off to raid someone. But thank you for the raid of how many was there? 14,000 of you. Fantastic. Are you playing both now? Nice. Okay, well, I'm looking for people to try and help carry me in CS2 when I do get back to it because I've not touched Counter-Strike. I've not touched first-person FPS games for the longest time already. So, yeah. Thank you so much for thinking about me though, for bringing your community in. I'm sure you had a really long stream, so if you gotta go do your own stuff, get stuff done, I completely understand. Don't feel obligated to stay on. Mizu, were you playing like rated or something? Is that the word? Ranked? I hope you had a good set of games. Customs, right? In-house? Community games, right. Okay, I want to tell you something. I was raging a little bit earlier on because I did not set a category at the start of the stream. I was a little bit pissed off, mostly at myself. Because I did not have a category at the start of the stream completely. Like, it was supposed to be makers and crafting, and when I started the stream, I just did not turn it on at all. But I guess the moment I turn on category, right, straight away gonna run one raid already. But mainly also because a bunch of y'all are ending stream. Either way, I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, thanks for coming in. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I need to entertain you guys, I guess. For just a little bit because it's a little bit late. If you guys are wondering what I just completed on stream, I just finished my Gundam Barbatos, or as I like to affectionately call it, Barbie, right? I think it took about 4 streams for us to complete it, and generally it takes really long for me to complete one Gunpla on stream because usually at the start we do a bunch of just chatting, shooting the breeze, and debating how much Gundam Seed sucks and how much it does not suck. So that's where we are at the start. Again, if you guys are here for the first time, welcome in. If you love Gunpla, you're at the right place. How many of you here actually built Gunpla by any chance? How many of you here have like a huge backlog of Gunpla that's not done? Because I can absolutely identify with that. You only watch Seed Destiny? Oh, why did you? Dude, okay, we were just debating and saying that Seed Destiny is like the worst version of Seed there is. Seed was the better one. Seed was the better one. The writing in Seed Destiny was you know, which is why early on we were also debating like whether or not I don't know if you know this, Mizu. There is a movie for Gundam Seed that's coming out. Yes, which is a sequel to Seed Destiny, and it's called Seed Freedom. Yes. And I believe it's an attempt to right the wrongs that they did in Seed Destiny. And this was the whole debate that we had at the start of the stream. For like an hour we were talking about this. And that's how we ended up being so late on stream. Is that a Wolf Gundam? No, this is a build that we did earlier on. Before we built Barbatos. It's Zoids, okay? It's a special edition Wild Liger by Takara Tomy. Yes. I'm just saying how much of coincidence that the color scheme for this Zoid is the same as the Barbatos. So it's literally like its own pet, right? And I was about to end the stream with that until Mizu actually decided to come in with the raid. Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate it. It's just that maybe I'll spend some time just talking about this, and then I'll send you guys off to raid someone proper. Yeah. So you have a bunch of your Gunplas on shelf, huh? I don't know if it's as much as the Gunplas that you see on my stream and whatnot, because I have a bunch of them right at the back of my... You're going to be seeing double for a bit because I have two cameras. Wait, hold on. But yeah. There we go. Right, it's all right up there. Let me just switch it real quick. Yeah, there we go. That's the name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah, Zoids isn't exactly as popular as Gundam lah, so unfortunately, it is what it is. Why I got powder on the table? It is not powder, Rezi. I just spent the entire stream cutting off nubs, okay? Snipping off my runners and stuff, alright? I'm not sniffing powder or whatever you may think it is, alright guys? How often do I dust my shelf? I think once a month. Once a month, man. Once a month. Alright. I'm not a savage. I clean my toys, okay guys? I clean my toys. But there we go. Alright. Yeah, I literally just completed this on stream. So it took us about 4 streams, including this one, to get it done. So I'm pretty proud with the end result. Okay, I'm not gonna rehash what I just said about building this Barbatos. With all the... talking about the loose parts, the stiff joints and stuff. In case you guys are wondering, this is the high resolution model Gundam Barbatos, okay? It is not MG, it is not HG. Well, in terms of scale, it is an MG scale, so 1 to 100. But it is not master grade, alright? It is what we call high resolution model kit, which comes with an inner frame pre-built already. I'll just show you guys real quick. Yeah, it comes with a... oh, jeez. It comes with an inner frame that is pre-built already. And this is what the inner frame kind of looked like, right? This is the box art for it lah. Okay, so it comes with an inner frame built in already, and all we needed to do is just to overlay it with the plastic model parts. So I can't really call it like a model kit per se. Yeah, I know it looks like freaking Terminator. Yeah, and I know it looks good. But it's like a half model kit where you literally just snip off like all these like parts and stuff and just like overlay it on the Gundam frame itself. That's what it is. Alright, you know what guys, I think we have to end stream soon. If not, this is never gonna end. Hey Johan! Welcome to the stream, Johan. Raw, the Lion's Legion is here. Arr. Hey, just nice, I got one lion down here. What were you up to, Johan? Were you playing Street Fighter? No, you not.
Yeah.
Oh, you're playing what retro game were you playing? Marathon stream now? No. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. I did not prepare for a marathon stream. I was actually supposed to go off and end stream. I was supposed to go off on the raid and end stream, but you guys raided. Mizuhil came in before you, and then now you came in with 5,000 people. Oh my goodness! Now I have to entertain another 5,000 of you. You guys are so problematic. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with y'all. I want to sleep, man. But Johan, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And for everyone from Johan Stream, welcome. My name is Tovakin. Lecturer by day, streamer by night. I generally play games on the weekdays, but on weekends, this is what I deal with, right? I build Gunpla, I build plastic models, all that good stuff. So if you're into both things, you're very much welcome in to join us in the stream. If you're not, I hope I can convince you. Slightly extended stream? No, probably not. I'll just entertain you guys for another 5 minutes and then I need to crash. I'm sorry, guys. But nonetheless, thank you so much. I hope your stream was great, Johan. What game were you playing? It's very scuffed retro stream. Wait, what? Wait, was playing games on Endstream arcade platform. So I did a few challenges for Mortal Kombat. The OG Mortal Kombat. We're not talking about MK1 right now here. To Double Dragon, to Space Invaders and more. Oh my god. I swear. Okay, you want to talk about Double Dragon, right? Oh my god. That game, as a kid, gave me PTSD. It was so damn tough. I don't know if you feel the same way. I know the more recent Double Dragon that came out was pretty streamlined compared to the old one. My goodness, I can't figure out the hitboxes for the old one. Was that what you experienced? Because man, playing it on the Game Boy was like, ugh, the worst experience ever. Oh, you were trying to beat Goro. Yeah, that guy is tough. Well, it's not just janky controls, man. I tell you, yeah, it's the janky controls, sure, but wow, my goodness, the hitboxes as well. It's like your arms are literally too short to jab anything in the game. But I hope you guys were entertained. Guys, do check out all these amazing streamers. Mizuhil, Johan Singer. Mizuhil plays Valorant. If you love Valorant, do pop on over to his stream. Johan Singer does a bunch of things. He sings, he commentates, he plays retro games. He dances as well on Just Dance, so if you're into that kind of thing, go and show him some love, alright? Yeah, you definitely won't be, you'll be spoiled for entertainment. That's all I will say. I think the next time you need to put up text on OBS to indicate that you are ending soon. No, it's a little bit difficult to do that. I have a bunch. You know what? Maybe I should get myself a Stream Deck. I've been thinking of getting myself a Stream Deck for the longest time, so it's easier for me to press one button, then my camera pans to something else. Press one button and this text shows up. I think it's time. I think this is a sign that I need to get a Stream Deck. Yeah. But again, thank you so much for the follows, all of you. If you followed and I missed out on you, I apologize because it was a very chaotic stream. If you can ask my chat, I was raging a little because just now I did not put a category at the start of the stream. It was supposed to be makers and crafting, but I only found out towards the end because of chat that I did not put a category up. And as soon as you guys, this is why I say it's so important to put a category up, right? And if you understand why I was so upset. It's because if I do not put a category up, the discoverability goes away. Okay, but thanks for noticing me, senpais, right? And I guess you guys made my day so much better before I head off to bed. Yeah, I know. It's one of the very rare times. Like I said, I actually wanted to, but here's the thing. I actually wanted people to let me I just want to show people how I go about building, my Gunplas and stuff. That's generally what I want people to see on my stream. But in any case, shit happens. It's all good. You guys are here. That's what matters. And the thing is, I also have to entertain you guys somehow right now. But what do you guys want to see? What do you guys want me to tell you now? Talk to you about now? Because I guess we can talk a little bit about Gunpla, right? And the stuff that I have here. So I just completed this bad boy over here, and if you look at the stream title, that's why it's called Playing with Barbie. And as in Barbie, don't get it twisted, right? It's because this guy is called the Gundam Barbatos. Those of you who are privy to the Gundam lore will know this is Gundam Barbatos. So it's one of the more recent Gundam animes that came out, right? So this is what we completed on stream today. This was what we completed in several streams ago, which is the Shield. Oh, I keep saying Shield Liger, which is the Wild Liger special edition from Takara Tomy. Which is sort of like a model kit, but at the same time an action figure. So I was just pointing out on stream that I completed 2 model kits that have the same color scheme, you know, on back-to-back streams. But actually, I did not build this guy, this bad boy over here in a few streams ago. A few streams ago, I think I built a Gundam AG Phoenix. So this was done 2 kits ago. Yes. Now my camera is getting real blurry for whatever reason. Gunpla window shopping stream, let's go. You know what? Actually, okay, so I'm actually planning a trip to Japan end of the year. Tidal. It's still open for you to join if you would love to. So I'm planning to go to Japan end of year, and I may do an IRL stream over there if I can get my IRL setup done. And then we can do some IRL Gundam shopping, Gunpla shopping, if you will, at Daiba City or wherever Gunplas are available, right? So that's still in the works. I recently figured out why I cannot do IRL streams proper. I don't know why bro is over here is not focusing. There we go, right? So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But like I said, it's still in the works. I may spend less time in Tokyo because I've pretty much seen everything in Tokyo already. So I may travel out a lot more. Maybe at the most I'll spend 3 days in Tokyo and then I'm out already. Isn't your wife going along? I don't want to be third wheel, man. No, but the original plan was for you and me to hit Hokkaido, right? And then from there, head on down to Tokyo for what you call it, Comiket or something like that. Alright, Mizu, thank you. Have a good rest. I appreciate the raid. 14,000 of you. If you're still here from Mizu Hill stream, thank you so much for staying on. It won't be long. I'll be off very, very soon. So I'll try and keep you guys company till for another 5 more minutes and then we'll call it a night. Mizu, Oya sleep nasai. Thank you. I'll catch you again very soon. Yeah. If you're playing CS2, please let me know. I might play a bit of it tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow, next week. Yeah. Good night, good night. Yeah, so the original plan was for me and you to go to Japan, dude. Like, Tidal. So I don't know if you're still down for that. But if not, yeah, it'll just be me and my wife. And I might do an IRL stream, you know. But most of the time, when my wife is around, IRL streams do get a bit complicated. Because there are some things that she's okay for me to mention. There are some things that she's not okay for me to mention on stream when I'm together with her. You know, it's just some private stuff between both of us. So, it does get a little bit tricky. So I'm still thinking whether or not I should go about doing that. Might not be the wisest of decisions. But, of course, I will do a few test IRL streams before that. It's only the right thing to do. So, we'll see. Am I going to permanently mount that Gundam? Per-mount means permanently mount that Gundam. I'm just gonna keep it in this pose, if that's what you're saying. If that's what you're asking. If you're asking me if I'm gonna mount it on this guy? Maybe not. Because if I were to do that, it's gonna look like the Shield Liger's. Oh, sorry. I keep saying Shield Liger. The Wild Liger's blade is like riding up its crotch or something. If you, yeah, it looks like he's gonna get crotched. I mean, it's not too bad, sure. Extra performance. It doesn't look too bad, but okay. If let's say, okay, maybe what I can do is. How do I do this? Oh, by the way, this thing, if you guys have not seen this thing actually moves. I just need to figure out how to turn this on. Oh, yeah, and then yeah, the blades pop out like that as well. So unless yes, I move the blades. Unless I shift the blades up. So maybe like that are still okay lah. Now it looks like it's firing stuff. Yeah, looks like it's got extended stuff from its crotch now. Oh shit! Hold on, my boy. Okay. Okay, can I? Not too bad, not too bad. But it does look like it's gonna slide off still. I have to find a way to find a sweet spot for this, but yeah, there we go. Yeah, so maybe I'll leave it like that. I don't know. Okay, considering that the knees for this for Barbatos is a little bit janky, I may just put him on. I don't know. Actually, maybe I can make him stand on this thing. Can I? Oh no, it's a little bit too. Okay, so there's only room for one foot. We'll see. I'll let you guys know in the next stream whether or not I'll be doing that. But as far as I'm concerned, maybe I'll just leave it like that. Okay, how was it? There we go. There. All right. Yeah, boy. All right. Well, that's about it, guys. That's all I can say. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Thank you so much for the raids. Yeah, it's getting real late, guys. I wish I could say more about this. Two very fantastic kits, by the way. If you're into Zoids, you should absolutely get yourself this one, the Wild Liger Special Edition from Takara Tomy. We're not talking about the one from Kotobukiya, alright? Talking about the Takara Tomy one, right? So, two different brands, okay? Alright, I think that's it. That's it, guys. I would love to stay on longer. Again, I appreciate the rates, but it's getting really, really late. So I'm gonna find someone to raid if that's cool with you guys, alright? I'll make it up to you guys. I know I was supposed to stream like on Friday and I did not stream for you guys, but next week, I'll try to put in more streams. And as a matter of fact, next week I may choose not to do Gunpla on the weekends. I might just chong my Spider-Man, or I might play AC6 because, man, just a few days off from AC6 and I'm feeling a little bit rusty already. So yeah, I may do AC6 next weekend instead. Ah! Sorry for that yelp. The Barbatos was falling backwards. Like quick rate him now. No. We're gonna pop on out, alright, guys. Thanks for the raid, Johan. I appreciate it, and thank you all for staying out with me. We are gonna find. Let's see if someone else is doing makers and crafting now. And who is? Okay, let me refresh. I feel like raiding someone from my recommended list again. I know the last time around we raided someone from the recommended list. If someone is doing makers and craft on the recommended list, I will send you guys over to them. But I don't think anyone is. There obviously is only one person that's kind of doing. Well, she's. You already know her. She is a maker and crafter, I guess. It's Poponat lah, alright? We're gonna send you off over to her. She's doing just chatting. I don't know what she's chatting about though. Does this mean I can play? What? Yeah, we're gonna send you over to her. Alright guys, you already know who she is lah. So but unless you guys got a recommendation, does anybody have a recommendation? If not, we'll just send you over to Poponat. I don't know what she's talking about. Is she even ending stream or something? She like just vibing. Hey Jojo! Hello! Well, you're in late. Nah, just kidding. I'm about to end stream. We're gonna send you off to Poponat. Unless somebody here has recommendations. Anybody here got recommendations on who to rate? If not, I'm just gonna send you to Poponut. Yeah. Late attendance? No. No one is late here. No one is late. I am late. I am sleeping late. Yeah. But I appreciate you whether you came in later or you came in earlier. It's all fine. You just missed the best part of the stream, which is me completing Barbie over here. Right, in case you guys are wondering what Barbie is. Okay, I can't stop showing off to you guys about this because this is so fantastic just from looking at this. Yeah, Barbie fully clothed. Yeah, but yeah, I finally completed Barbie. I finally clothed him or her from top to bottom. Okay. And just nice there's and just now they have to do an ad break now. Fantastic. Barbie don't have to walk around bare. Yeah, no, actually we were slowly clothing Barbie bit by bit throughout the entire stream, I would say. Yeah. So bit by bit. Yeah. At first she was skeletal, and then she had a little bit of meat, and then from a little bit of meat became quite a fair amount of meat until it's like fully. Until she looked thick, you know what I'm saying? She looked thick now. Anyway, yeah. Poponut, let's send you over to her. Alright, how about that? Unless someone else... Oh, should we rate someone that's building Gunpla? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. I'm actually... Okay, wait, let me think about it. Okay, Gunpla. Let's try the Gunpla tag, alright? Let's try the Gunpla tag. I don't know if anyone's actually building, like, Gunpla per se right now. Maybe it'll be better. It'll be more appropriate to rate someone that's building Gunpla. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Makers and craft. Someone's building a Delenza! So who's the next victim of this bulking of yours? Okay, so as I mentioned, next weekend, I may not be building a Gunpla. Give me some time to decide. I may build a tall geese. I may build a tall geese. Yeah, you too, Jojo. You too. I appreciate you for coming in at this hour, right? Tall geese, not corgi. How do you hear that as corgi, bro? I wish I had a corgi though, but maintenance-wise, wow, very hard. Yeah, very hard. Okay. There's someone that's building a Delenza, a HG Delenza. And he's a PNG tuber. Very interesting. You heard corgi as well? Okay, guys, wait. Before I send you guys off, I want to ask you guys something. Okay, so I watched back my VODs, right? This is gonna be an extended stream and someone's probably gonna drop me in the raid again. I want to ask you guys, I was thinking it's a build a best situation. No. What Yoru means is which kit am I gonna build next, right? Which kit is gonna be my victim next of the bulking up? Funny you should mention because you're into that right now, right? Yoru. Okay, but I want to ask you guys one more thing before I send you guys off. Is there any problem with my mic? Because I checked my VODs for the past 2 streams, right? 2 streams ago, and the last stream that I did, which was on Tuesday, right? The audio was like glitching in and out. Like, do you guys get that the whole glitching thing? Like, no, it's not distance. Like, literally, it was going to... There was a little bit of static in between. Like, you know, there was like, if I'll talk a bit and then there was like, you know, there was a like a popping sound and stuff. Oh, you think so? But there isn't. Is there any of that now? Like, is it a little bit like choppy, the audio? Maybe. Okay, I appreciate that, but seriously, do you guys hear anything of that? I will still check the VOD of this stream after I'm done. Never hear anything? Okay. Okay, because I got a little bit of a scare the last time around upon seeing that, mainly because, right, I heard some popping and I heard some, you know, choppiness in the audio, and I thought, holy crap, I think my mic's broken or something, you know, and maybe it's time for me to buy a new mic and stuff. But okay, thank goodness it's not the case, and I think it's just a issue with my I think it's just an issue with my NVIDIA audio capture. So I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast to help do, like, you know, a noise. It actually applies a AI noise cancellation, so that it filters out all the sound that's behind me and stuff, so you guys can hear my voice clearer. I think the moment I deactivated that and restarted the whole software, the choppiness just went away altogether. Maybe you hear it now? Okay, so maybe... Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe you hear it now. Okay. What happens if I... Okay, let me close this. Okay, let me switch to this. Do you guys hear any of the choppiness still? Because I suspect it's the software that's causing the issue. I suspect. Okay, but now you can hear a lot of echo, right? In my background, right? Because, obviously, I do not have the noise filter anymore. It feels a bit more flat, right? My voice. Does it feel a bit more flat? No choppy, but more echo, right? Yeah, exactly, right? So it's the NVIDIA software that's causing an issue. Less crisp. Yeah. Might be time for a new mic, guys. I don't know. The NVIDIA Broadcast has helped me quite a fair bit. Okay, I'm gonna switch it back to my NVIDIA. Alright, very, very quickly. And you guys can tell the difference right away. Right. Much better, right? Much clearer, but I think... Is it choppy now? Is it back to the same choppy state? Like, there's like popping and stuff. Alright. Okay, we are going to rate someone that's doing Gunpla, actually. So regardless of whether or not this audio has an issue or not, I will look... Sounds fine now? Okay, well, it is okay. That's great, but I think it does happen in intervals. So I'll look back at this VOD, and if it's really the case, then looks like no choice. I have to find another software that helps me with this whole noise cancellation thing. But thanks for the feedback, guys. Again, if you hear any of this jankiness, any of this choppiness, please let me know in chat that you know, your audio is choppy or your audio has issues, and I will try my best to rectify it. Okay? Yeah. I mean, I want you guys ultimately to have, you know, a great experience and not have come into a stream where, you know, you can't really hear me clearly. I know most of the time you can hear me clearly, but, you know,
very articulated.
Maybe I'm just a perfectionist. I don't know. Because I do get bothered by such things, believe it or not. Alright, we're gonna rate this guy by the name of... We're not gonna rate Poponut, right? I think she has a huge audience already, but we're gonna send you off over to Rytron. Pretty interesting name. PNG tuber building a Delenza from Witch from Mercury. I think it's Witch from Mercury, right? Delenza? Hey. Yes. So we're gonna send you right over to him and let's make some new friends with him. Alright, so copy and paste the raid messages and all that good stuff. Y'all know what to do. This for those of you who are not subbed to the stream, but if you're subbed to the stream, copy and paste this one. Alright, I'm good at raids, that's my thing. Best bet as long as we have Towakin. Maybe I should. Maybe it's time to change that raid message. But either way, it's getting real late, so I'll send you guys right off to Rytron. Boom. Are we going there? Right. Okay. Man's building a Delenza. Also, he has a stream deck. Like I said, maybe it's a sign for me to... get a stream deck. Like, finally, right? Yeah, thanks guys for staying with me. I'll try my best. I may not... looking at the time now, I may not actually wake up in time for gym. I may go in the noon instead. I don't know. We'll see. But I hope you guys had fun. I certainly had. Although there was a bit of a screw up with the category today. Water under the bridge. There'll be other opportunities. And I'm just glad that we finally got another backlog done and dusted. So thank you guys for staying out with me. God bless each and every single one of you. It's gonna be a fantastic Sunday. It's gonna be an even greater week ahead next week for all of y'all. And I'm sending you all the love and good vibes there as much as possible. Again, hop into my Discord if you haven't already. !Discord. To find out when I'm streaming next, I'll put up the schedule every Sunday so you know when I'll be streaming the following week. If not, this is Tovakin signing out. Oh yeah, sleep Nasai. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Alright, send some love to my man Rytron right about now. And have a good rest, guys. And have a great rest of the weekend. See ya!
Lots of good articulation in them hooves.